they're gusting upwards of 30 to 35 miles an hour. Certainly not enough wind yet to knock down trees and knock out power. But you can see on the radar what's coming our way, that eye wall now coming on shore. It won't be long before we have the official statement from the Hurricane Center that we have seen our 4th landfall in Louisiana and a record-setting 10th landfalling tropical storm or hurricane. This will be our 5th hurricane of the season along the U.S. coastline. Just incredible. But look at all the standing water out here. This is one of the impacts we're going to see across Louisiana. 4, 5, 6 inches of rain. Some areas may see more rain. Now a pretty good wind gust. And it's going to be like this for about another 3 to 4 hours. The rain's going to end pretty quickly because everything is basically along and ahead of the circulation. And then once it goes by, once it goes north of I-10, we're going to see the rain wind down, but then we're going to have the winds come around from the backside from the southwest. So it's going to be still very windy in this part of the state and across the whole state. And in I-10 area, from Lake Charles over to Lafayette, those southwest winds could gust later on this evening, upwards of 30, 40, maybe even 50 miles an hour. So even though the rain will end and the storm will go by and continue to weaken, we'll still have some gusty winds. Let's go back to Carl Parker in the studio. And Carl, we're awaiting the advisory coming up not long away here in a few minutes. Maybe you have it right now. You can give us the latest from the Hurricane Center, see if they've knocked those winds back once again.
Yeah, I believe so, Mike. Certainly that's been the trend for several hours now, and we're actually seeing decoupling now, where you've got the weather moving away from the low-level center as it feels those stronger winds. But this band of storms now coming into areas east of Cameron, and that's towards Grand Chenier and also towards Pecan Island there. That's where we're going to see some of the strongest wind. That is now just south of Gaydar, as well as Bell City and Lake Arthur, and will be on the west side of the circulation. We're going to see a lot of convergence there, and those thunderstorms going for quite some time. So the gusty winds, probably 60 to 75 miles per hour, continuing in Lake Charles for several hours tonight. Strong wind also coming up in Alexandria, and of course that onshore push of wind right through tonight, even into early tomorrow morning. And then we see a tornado threat making its way up into Mississippi and Alabama beyond that. Looking at the current surge values, they continue to rise. 5.7 feet just west of Vermilion Bay, a life-threatening surge along the Louisiana coast. We'll have much more in Delta coming up in just a minute.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every ink for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
Talk. You want to walk?
Come on, Tucker. Let's go.
Talk, talk. Want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's Clean Recipe will help your dog keep up.
Water?
Why? Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
Think we'll make it in time?
You may not expect the unexpected, but you can certainly take it on. The Lexus ES.
Wow, this rain is bananas.
Now available with all-wheel drive.
Lease the 2021 ES250 all-wheel drive for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Stay tuned to get a free pan from Granite Stone. Stuck on eggs, burnt on batter. You can scrub and scrape, but you can't escape the nightmare of your sticky pans. Introducing the Granite Stone Pan, the all-new durable non-stick pan. No butter or oil needed. Watch, we melted down these sticky candies in Granite Stone, and it just doesn't stick. We cooked a half a dozen eggs, bacon, cheese, and tomato breakfast with no butter or oil, and it just doesn't stick. Look, caramels, chocolate, and cheese. Unreal for any other pan, but not for Granite Stone. It just doesn't stick. Granite Stone will be the last pan you'll ever need because it's pressed from a solid aluminum disc for even heat conduction, then coated 3 times with our durable Granite Stone finish. Granite Stone is metal utensil safe and won't scratch. And talk about non-stick. This salmon cooked skin side down with no added butter or oil just doesn't stick. This steak is perfectly seared just like the pros. And because Granite Stone is oven rated to 500 degrees, we bake this upside down pan pizza to perfection, and it just doesn't stick. Fire Flambe Delicious Cherries Jubilee. Plus, it's PFOA free and 100% dishwasher safe. Call or go online to get your Granite Stone pan for the special TV discount price of just $19.99. Granite Stone is so durable it comes with a 10-year warranty. And with every order, you're going to get a Granite Stone single-serve egg pan absolutely free. It's the perfect size for personalized eggs, omelets, or frittatas that slide right out. It makes the best bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich quick. Yours absolutely free. We'll even ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all an incredible value. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-549-2614. That's 1-800-549-2614 or order online at buygranitestone.com. That's 1-800-549-2614. Call now.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Delta as it comes ashore, our 10th landfall in this historic 2020 season. We are covering it for you. And right now we are watching storm surge come up big time in Vermilion Bay, almost at 6 feet right now. That is one of the huge things that we're watching right now. But also heavy rain with this. We will have complete analysis of what's happening with the structure. And we've been talking about how it's starting to weaken the storm. But please don't forget that all the factors that we were talking about in terms of surge, rainfall, flooding, wind have already been factoring into a landfalling, weakening storm. We got a live team coverage for you, of course, this evening out in the field. Mike Dennis and Alex Wilson back in the studio as well to cover you from that angle. All sorts of stuff going on here. We are in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana right now. We want to bring in the sheriff of St. Martin Parish. This is Beckett Breaux, and we are in Breaux Bridge. Think about that. We got a relation there somewhere. Thanks for talking to us, Sheriff. I'm going to just kind of do my proper social distancing here. You got your own microphone.
Yes,
Let's talk about, where we are right now with this. Any issues that you're facing with these first heavy rain days?
No, sir. You got high winds, picked up a little bit, and rain, but there's no flooding right now, and it's really no damage. St. Martin Sheriff's Office is on patrol and looking out, making sure that people with St. Martin Parish
how you prepared for Laura, or were you guys pretty much briefed? Because you guys are briefed too. What to expect, when to get the guys off the road and things like that, right?
Yes, sir. We got a wind speed of 45 miles an hour. Yep. We have all the guys come in, hunker down, and basically after that we put them out. They did a great job during Hurricane Laurie.
Yeah.
And we just replicated that plan to now.
Now, I'm going to have the Weather Channel, Jennings, I'm talking to you specifically, take our Storm Path 2 camera. This is Bayou Teche, by the way. It's literally, 300 yards down the road from me here. And I want you to see how high this is. Are we going to see more of this in and around Breaux Bridge and St. Martin County? More, of these bayous? Is there anywhere that you're concerned that may go underwater or have water flowing across it?
We're concerned about Lower St. Martin, which is,
Okay.
The elevation is low, so we're concerned about that. Most of the area around here is pretty high up, and we're looking at the areas that are low and ensuring that we have patrol there to watch to make sure that the people are safe in those areas.
Sheriff, have you had enough of hurricane season 2020?
Absolutely. I think this year's tested me, put me through a big test, and our sheriff's office has passed with aid.
There you go. Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate you talking to me. I'd shake your hand, but in this day and age, we got to just say goodbye at this point. again, guys, that certainly looking at an area that's gone through this before, and if there's any silver lining here, it's kind of just rewind the tape and put it into play once again. But rain and wind coming ashore this thing right now. We've had some heavy rain. We've seen that bayou fill up as we showed you from our storm pack picture. You can see the radar just covering this area. 57,000 customers without power right now in Texas and Louisiana. We do anticipate those numbers going up, and with this heavy rain and wind that's coming ashore now, certainly trees and power lines are threatened to come on down. All right, let's go down to Jennings, which is off to my southwest. It's kind of interesting, Steph. We're watching this northern eye wall kind of get stretched and come ashore and move on off to the north and east with the high shear that's going on now. But interestingly enough, you may still get the center, the low-level center near you.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. Low-level center, even though that eye wall is getting stretched out, remind you, we're not in the eye wall. It's going to be here in the next, let's say, 3-ish hours. That center circulation, the eye, is about 30 miles to our south. And I want to just give you a lay of the land. And we're going to walk around and show you things that we will be keeping an eye out for. Obviously, the power lines. You see right in this intersection, they are connected here, and they're bouncing a little bit in the wind, but that's something that we will keep our eye out for. And I mean, things like this sign over here, that thing doesn't stand a chance. It's already flapping in the wind. It's been ripped off. It was standing upright earlier this morning. Driving here, there's been some ponding on the roads. We're not worried about significant flooding, but of course, where you have that ponding on the road. Now, a lot of the businesses are boarded up. And if you haven't ever boarded up for a hurricane, they put these numbers on the boards so that you know where they go year after year after year. It just makes the whole process a lot easier, a lot more simple. This is what the weather is like now. I think you should stay with us. You see those gusts that come in? Those are going to get higher. Those are going to get more consistent. Now, there's some businesses that did not board up, and they just have glass. And so the reason we are concerned about businesses like this, I want to show you this little piece of metal. I have no idea where this came from, but we heard it clinking down the street. And I said to my crew, I need to go pick that up, because all you need is one little small piece of metal like this to just tap on a glass window like that, and it's shattered. You have to deal with the insurance. You have to go through that whole process. So I'm going to take this is actually a garbage can where I can throw this away to hopefully help one of these businesses. They are ready, though, for the water, and it's not even necessarily just flooding either. There's sandbags in place, because I'm telling you, water can sneak into any nook and cranny, and this business right here has the sandbags lined up on the bottom of their door to stop any of that water getting in, and they actually even duct taped this door as well to try to stop any moisture from getting in. So this is what it looks like on Main Street. It's desolate. We really don't see many people out here, which is the good news. Now, you have to remember that we've had 3 landfalls here in Louisiana. Cristobal's Tropical Storm Marco, and Laura as well. This 4th landfall that we will be getting with Delta, which, by the way, we have never had a hurricane with a Greek name make landfall in the lower 48. So we're going to tie the record for landfalls in one season for the state of Louisiana. The record is 4 back in 2004, where they had Tropical Storm Bertha, Tropical Storm Hannah, Isidore, and then Category 1 Lily. So not only are we going to tie that record, but we're going to break another record. We're going to break the record of number of landfalls that we had in the United States for hurricane season. The old record's 9 from 1916. We're going to get 10 with this hurricane. And this is when everyone needs to start watching and paying very close attention and staying indoors, because the eye wall is headed towards us. Again, it'll be the next 3 hours. And even, I will tell you, we've been out here for about an hour, and the weather has deteriorated, and it's going to continue to do that. And the winds are going to be able to pick up here, and we could see them 50, 60 plus 70, even perhaps 80 miles an hour with that eye wall. That's where we have the worst weather. Then we'll get the calm. The good news is this thing is front end loaded. So we're all going through it now. This is when we're seeing the worst of the weather. On the back side of the system, Jim, you know, the eye's opening up and it's pretty dry as well. So at least as we go into the evening hours for coastal Louisiana, I want to emphasize that coastal Louisiana, things will start improving into the overnight hours, but unfortunately that rain is going to continue inland because it's all northern loaded with this.
Right, and that's a sign of the shear, right? By the way, Stephanie, this morning when we were doing our show, I think had the line of the year for the hurricane season when you said if you look at all the records of the 2020 hurricane season, they list like a CBS receipt. I will never forget that. That was absolutely spot on, perfect. It's a mile long, and some of the things you just mentioned are part of that. So, Stepson Jennings, I'm up here off to the east, if you will, in Breaux Bridge. Just an adorable little town with wonderful people. Like Steph, I don't have a ton of windows boarded up here, okay? But we do have some sandbags so that we don't get water intrusion at the lower levels. And that's really, the kind of thing you're looking at. Some of the other things we may watch, there's some planters kind of hanging up in the air with some silks in them. Those may get blown off. Certainly from what we see, there's a glass building just down to the south toward the police station. So that's another area, obviously, threatened by any kind of debris flying around and things like that. So we'll watch, as this thing continues to decouple and these heavy rain bands move in. But guys, again, as you heard from the sheriff, watch out with these bayous because they're going to fill up and they're in some cases going to go over roads, especially in southern Martin Parish, which is where they're more susceptible to that. Again, right now it's all about the surge. Mike Bettis, I'm going to throw it back to you and Alex in the studio, but Vermilion Bay getting up there over almost to 6 feet here, 5.7 as we speak. So that's the big issue right now. Yeah. And I was saying earlier, a lot of the factors, even with a weakening storm, which we knew would happen, are already anticipated in the forecast outcome. So you're seeing all these things come to fruition. 57,000 without power, Mike, and counting.
Yeah, and that number is going to go up, and we think the surge is starting to maximize at this point. It may be there and then high for the next several hours until the storm actually comes completely onshore here, and we see the winds back off a little bit, and then a little bit of rotation of the wind, too. Jim, great stuff there. Good illustration of what's going on. Winds right now 105 miles per hour as a Category 2 hurricane. It's moving north-northeast now, so it's made that easterly turn going 14 miles an hour. You can see, as Stephanie was alluding to, everything's front-loaded, so everything is on the northern side at this point. The really strong stuff is right in here from the coastline up to, say, I-10, and there's a really strong band that's just come down onshore. There's a look at the forecast, and we think this is going to dissipate relatively quickly. Reason being interaction with land, but also some really strong now westerly wind shear is taking over on this, and so the center circulation might become actually relatively exposed here, and then pushing its way off into the Tennessee Valley here over the next, say, 36 hours or so. There's a look at it on the infrared satellite. The cluster of thunderstorms is right onshore at this point, but we're getting a decent push of dry air and westerly shear from the western side, and that's going to start to really decrease the intensity of this hurricane. We still have some really heavy rain that's falling for us right now. That's why we have flash flood warnings in effect here. It does include that I-10 corridor between Lake Charles and over toward, say, Jennings, and then into Lafayette as well. Lake Charles, our winds are gusting to nearly 50 miles an hour. Port Arthur gusts out of the north here at 63 miles an hour, so it could be a little bit of a convergence happening on that western side of the hurricane, and so that's why we might maximize winds there a little bit more. Calcasieu, Cameron, Jefferson Davis parishes all under flash flood warnings right now. I think we'll be there for hours. Beaumont, Port Arthur, this is an area that floods very easily. Jefferson and Orange counties in Texas under flash flood warnings right now. The accumulation is really now starting to pick up pretty quickly here. A lot of places are seeing 5 inches of rain already. I think we're going to get several more inches on top of that, especially with a second heavy slug of rain that comes in for us here. So just be aware of what's coming in here. There's a look at the radar estimates over the last 24 hours, and some of these totals now really impressive. Just outside of Baton Rouge, about 8 inches of rain has fallen for us there. Let's take you to Lake Charles, Louisiana with our Tevin Wooten. Tevin, we're going to be in this for a while here. It looks like winds could gust somewhere at Lake Charles, somewhere maybe in that 50 to 70 mile an hour range.
Yeah, Mike, we've already seen winds gust near 60 miles an hour here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. But what we're really feeling right now, the relentless power of the rain coming along with Hurricane Delta. I mean, just take a look at this. The rain is not only pouring in, but it's being carried and sort of tilted, if you will, almost horizontal at times because the winds are so strong. How much rainfall have we seen today? Well, close to an inch or so. But here's the problem. Half an inch of that was in 1 hour's time. So we do have flash flooding ongoing right now and flash flood warnings. I want to take you to the Calcasieu River because this river, you can actually see not only the white caps here, but you can actually sort of see how some of the rain is being carried on the top surface of the water. You can also sort of tell how visibility is reduced too. You typically, on a blue sky day, be able to see an industrial plant that's just beyond me, by about a mile to a mile and a half, but visibility is down to about 3/4 of a mile. And the insult to injury to every single person here in Lake Charles, Louisiana is this is the second time they are going through a hurricane in 6 weeks. First, it was Laura in late August. Its Category 4 winds came through and raged through and took a lot of things with it, brought down a lot of trees, brought down a lot of power lines. And then today, we have Delta coming through. So as Delta comes through, now all those properties that sustain some sort of damage, now the blue tarps that we've been showing you all day long, a lot of those are starting to lift up. Any sort of debris that was not secured, it's starting to work its way and perhaps maybe in a neighbor's yard or maybe even damaging something that wasn't originally damaged before. Power had just got restored here in Lake Charles. The power crews did a tremendous job of restructuring the power grid here, not only in Lake Charles, but also down in Cameron. And now Delta's coming through and bringing a lot of that down so far. Some of the highest parishes with power outages, Beauregard, Allen, and right here in Calcasieu Parish. Let's go over eastbound to Jennings, and that is where, or excuse me, Grove Bridge. That's where we find Jim Cantori. And Jim, I don't know what you're seeing right now. I can't see your shot because so far away from the camera. Are you seeing any heavy rainfall? And when, if you're not, when do you anticipate that heavy rainfall?
Yeah, well, you know, again, this thing's north side loaded, so we're on the north side of it. We're going to deal with this probably for the next few hours. And then we get on the south side of it, as does everybody, including you, Tevin. You'll get that decrease in the rain before we will, and then we'll, you know, see it follow as the storm center moves to the north. But, you know, Tevin's story is really worth noting here when you think about what's happened in Lake Charles. Because of COVID, you trace it to that's kind of where we start. Because of COVID, they're not making as many roof shingles. So there's a shortage on that. Timber's gone up 30-40%. So some people are waiting for a roof, potentially starting indoor projects under those tarps. So now here comes another hurricane that has going to easily threaten, even with 30-mile-per-hour winds, to blow that tarp off or get water intrusion again over projects that potentially could get started underneath all that. So just an awful situation made even more awful. All right, I wanted to just turn around here for a second. I wanted to kind of point in and show you the tops of these trees because they're away from the buildings a little bit, just to show you. I mean, you know, just really breezy conditions. We haven't had any kind of tropical storm force gusts yet, but it's interesting because with the heavier rain, that's where we typically see, you know, some of the stronger gusts. And we know those will get stronger as the circulation center comes north. So don't be fooled. Even though you may see the heaviest rain and the rain band on radar kind of move away, remember, you've still got a 965 millibar low where there's a heck of a pressure gradient. So that tight gradient near that center still has to come up by us. So winds, interestingly enough, could actually be stronger in less rain. So something to watch. Don't let your guard down when the rain stops. Don't think that's a free pass to get outside. As a matter of fact, one of those heavy rain bands that Tevin was talking about and asking about coming through right now. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. No flooded streets from what we see, but like what we showed you across the street here, you can see this building here, which I understand is up for, you know, renovation. They're going to redo this beautiful building. Just some sandbags and some tape. We tell you that tape is kind of worthless for windows, which it is, but not a lot of folks have boarded up here. They didn't do it during Laura, and they didn't do it, you know, certainly during what we're dealing with Delta. So guys, again, not too far here from our 10th landfall of the 2020 season. Historic, record-setting, and like Steph said, the list of records as long as a CVS receipt. Incredible. Our coverage continues in a moment.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Well, we made it through another Halloween without getting eaten. And this year was a close one.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Ooh, you feel that chill?
I don't feel anything. This can't be good.
Water?
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful. You fall in love, sing, boom, you shout, you yell. You blow, 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 you feel. When you're falling in love.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I did. Okay, I'm on vibrate.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
This is an ad for a chip so iconic, we don't need the logo. It's the three-sided crunch. You know, that cheesy, spicy, crispy, crunchy, flavor-packed bodega snack that rhymes with, I need those. An ad with no logo? It's another level.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited. I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
If you want to show the world the good you do, Cheerios can help to feed the good inside of you. In the morning, if you think your whole day's a flop, feed the good inside of you, cause it never stops. Cheerios.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language because language isn't just about learning new words. It's about learning a culture, a mindset, and a new point of view. Babbel, language for life. Go to Babbel.com and try it for free today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under fair skies. This afternoon, abundant sunshine. High 76. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. Low 60. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, partly cloudy skies. High 78. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
are watching the Weather Channel's ongoing coverage of the landfall of Hurricane Delta. I'm meteorologist Mike Bettis. Let's get you right to the action. The landfall in Louisiana. Meteorologist Tevin Wooten for us tonight in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where the winds are very gusty right now and only going to get worse, Tevin.
Yeah, absolutely, Mike. Some of the strongest gusts today that we've seen are 60 miles an hour. Here's the thing. Periodically, we do see a gust, I think, near 65 or 70. So overall, depending on what the observation sites see, that's what will go down in the record books. But, I mean, just take a look at this rain. It is absolutely pounding an area that does not need any more rain, that does not need any more wind, and unfortunately, they're getting exactly what they do not need here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Let me show you something real quick. When we pull up this video, I think there's a power line that's dangling, or a power pole perhaps that's dangling on the right-hand side of your screen here. And here's why we always say stay indoors during an event as such, because wow, that thing is leaning. Is that the whole power pole? It's about to come down, man. And this has to hurt. I mean, for the folks that have lived without power for close to a month here in Lake Charles, they just got power and now they're losing it again because Delta's coming through with extremely gusty winds, perhaps gusts near hurricane force at this time, and bringing down the power lines. Also picking up those blue tarps that we've been talking about all day long, picking up those tarps and exposing portions of their house, maybe also windows damaged as well, and they're getting that water damage yet again. I mean, we were driving through some of the neighborhoods, and folks actually had new roofs constructed already, if you believe it or not. But now, again, if there's any sort of loose limbs out there, if there are any trees that didn't get brought down the first time with Laura 6 weeks ago, Delta's coming through like a bulldozer and finishing off what Laura started here in southwestern Louisiana and in the Calcasieu Parish. I'll take you out to the water. This is the Calcasieu River. You can actually sort of make out the other little barrier island that's on the other side. All of this water, though, at times starts to white cap over. And then, of course, with the heavy winds that are coming through, the strong and gusty winds that are coming through, it's picking up some of the rain and some of the water as well, right off the top, and kind of just gliding it on, almost like skating on top of the water here. And industrial plants over the way, across the way, you can't see it because the rain is too heavy. Visibility is down to about 3/4 of a mile here in Lake Charles. And the unfortunate part, I am looking at one area of dry air, but as that eye wall starts to approach from the south towards the north, I don't think we're done with this until perhaps 7 or 8, maybe 9 o'clock tonight, in seeing some degradation in the intensity of the rainfall. But overall, we're going to be in heavy rain through at least midnight tonight. Let's go to Mike Seidel. He's in Scott, Louisiana. Mike, tell us, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? Yeah, we're getting the same thing here, not as heavy, though, based on your description of the visibility. Very heavy rain. This is the strongest squall we've taken. Winds gusting now 30 to 35 miles an hour. And this is one of the byproducts of all the rain we've seen, over 2 inches so far in the past 3 hours. A lot of standing water in the parking lots. And you can imagine how bad it is out on I-10 here. Right now, we're looking westbound. We're about an hour's drive on a good day from where Tevin is over in Lake Charles. So a lot of standing water. The winds occasionally gusting 30, 35 miles an hour, but that's been the worst of it so far. So power outages, at least here in Lafayette Parish, no reports so far. You can see the wind. We do have some semis out on the roadway, but by and large, there's not a whole lot of traffic on the interstate. That's a good thing, because right now we have flash flood warnings that extend from Lafayette all the way over to Beaumont, Port Arthur. By the way, Beaumont has gusted to 64 miles an hour. They had sustained winds of 39. That's tropical storm force. But back to the interstate, I-10 from Beaumont to Lafayette, that's about 135 miles. That entire stretch is under a flash flood warning, and some spots till at least 7 o'clock. And as we've been telling you, this is very front side loaded. So once the center goes north of your latitude, the rain is going to cut off pretty quickly, and there's not going to be a whole lot of rain on the backside. But with that said, we're going to have totals in excess of 5 to 6 inches, and that's why we have these flash flood watches in this area of Louisiana until tomorrow morning. Now, let's head about 15 miles literally due east of us, right on I-10 to Breaux Bridge. Meteorologist Jim Cantori over there. Jim, the rain hits here, and then it moves right over to your backyard.
Yeah, and we're getting the rain like you are as well, Mike. So miserable travel on I-10 as we are off I-10 as well. Just to our north of where we are right now in the downtown area. So I want to point out a couple of cameras here. Again, we're looking at pretty much weather that's coming straight down. So the big issue as this thing comes to short now is the storm surge. And if you're in Vermilion Bay, it's about 6 feet above normal dry ground. Okay, so that has obviously caused some of this water to come in to the Abbeville area, and that's obviously a problem whenever water gets in. A friend of mine just told me he talked to a friend of his down in Abbeville, and he said there's 6-foot waves right now rolling across Vermilion Bay. Normally docile Vermilion Bay. Okay, that's the kind of stuff we're looking at. Again, guys, we've gusted 20, 30 miles per hour at the most here in Breaux Bridge. Higher gusts off to my southwest, but I want to look at radar here. This is it. This is the eye wall, the northern side of this coming ashore. Very heavily north side loaded with heavy rain, almost 60,000 without power. That continues to be an issue. It will be as we go through tonight and the storm moves north. We'll be right back.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Daddy, what's that big moving house thing?
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather. Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more. Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power is out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard mobile link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
Water?
Hi! Incoming!
Water tastes like water, so we fixed it. Neo. It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow. Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
We are live in Jennings, Louisiana. Right now, we still have power. I know between Louisiana and Texas, there are about 90,000 people without power. We're waiting that eye wall. As the eye is coming ashore, we're just waiting for the National Hurricane Center to make that call that this storm has made landfall. We will get that northern eye wall and then eventually the eye, and that eye wall is what we're waiting for. At 10,000 feet, there are reports of 85, 95 mile per hour wind gusts. Some of that will get pulled down to the surface, and that's what we will look for. Unfortunately here, where the anemometer reading is taking place, it says calm winds. So obviously our anemometer is out. I have my personal anemometer that I will try to take wind readings for everybody once that eye wall comes through. Now this is Main Street. You see some of the metal awnings you have to watch out for if it's already been ripped apart and then it's already loose. You can then get some issues, obviously, when you have those gustier winds that come on in. It's pretty desolate down here, which is the good news. The trees, they've been blowing around. There's some planters, actually, that have already been knocked over, Matt, around the corner here. You know, the winds haven't been too gusty, but sometimes it doesn't take a lot when you have something that is top heavy. And so that's what you also have to look for, is anything that is top heavy, like trees on already saturated grounds, that can all tip on over as well. We are under a flash flood warning with all the rain that's been coming in. Majority of it is on the north side of this system, and we haven't seen any significant flooding. But when we were driving out here, you know, you get this puddling that happens, and when you drive through, you have to definitely slow down. This area also affected by Laura, so there are some homes here that have tarps on their roofs, and so we will try to drive by those homes a little bit later and make sure that those tarps stayed intact. But for us here, it's waiting those strongest winds in the eye wall and the heavy rain that has come on down. And I don't know if you could hear that. All right, I want to take you to Lake Charles, where we have some power lines that are down there already. Now, Lake Charles, of course, was hit by Hurricane Laura just over a month and a half ago. And there's significant damage. You have that debris. You have the tarps on the roofs. It's not going to take a lot of wind to move that stuff around. And we're already seeing some of those power lines down. And Alex, the thing is they were still trying to get power on for everyone in that parish. And now, unfortunately, they're going to have to start over in some areas.
Yeah, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or perhaps even worse. Stephanie, thank you. We're going to get back to Steph. Right now, I want to get you caught up on what we know. Of course, seeing the scenes there from Lake Charles, already some of those tarps peeled back and power lines down. And they're not alone. More than 63,000 customers are now without power in Louisiana, as well as the state of Texas. Utility company Entergy says it's ready to mobilize nearly 10,000 workers in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Texas for power restoration. About 8.4 million people live in the National Hurricane Center's forecast cone for Hurricane Delta. We've seen things really ramp up at Tevin Wooten's location. He is in Lake Charles. Tevin, this is an area you spent time in during Laura. Of course, this is a community that would have done probably anything to keep this storm away. And now, again, probably taking a step back in that progress that they've made since that storm.
You know, Alex, I hope when this is all said and done, we can come out of this thing tomorrow with blue sky, sunshine, and everybody's got power. Unfortunately, from the sights and the things that we've already seen, I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, power poles are already snapping, and you have to know a lot of the infrastructure has not been repaired. It's been temporarily fixed. They're sort of just in a fragile state at this point. So anything like those power poles that we have seen, or power lines, they're starting to come down, and understandably so. You hear the saying, never kick a person when they're down. 130 to 40 mile mile-an-hour wind 6 weeks ago with Laura, and now we're going through Delta here. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts so far. We're not done with those just yet. I think we've got a good 70 to 80-mile-an-hour gust still to squeeze out of this thing. Plus the rainfall, and keep in mind it's the duration. Even if we don't get those 70 to 80 or 60 to 70 panning out, if we get 50 to 60 panning out, it's the duration of time that this thing will stick around, because we're on the west side of the storm. We're not on the northern side, even though this storm is north loaded. We're on the west side, or on the east, on the left side. So as the storm pulls towards the north, we're still being racked with this east-northeast flow that's coming in and delivering a dangerous blow here to Lake Charles, Louisiana. I want to show this guy really quickly. We've got a quick break so I can turn around and I can actually see right now as the rain has lessened. And as that happens, look at the water and the way that it's sloshing around right now. It looks sort of perhaps like a miniature Gulf of Mexico. That's a river that eventually connects to the port of Lake Charles, which is certainly turning up right now because of the force of the winds. In terms of some of the surge that we're seeing near Grand Chenier and also Cameron, perhaps 3.5 or 3.6 feet to 4.5 feet in some spots, and that's only going to pile up as we go throughout the evening hours and overnight tonight. Let's give you a live look at Creole, Louisiana, where yes, we've still got a long way to go before Delta is done. Look at that. The visibility is down. The heavy rain is there. We've got team coverage on this storm today and tomorrow for you, your family, and your friends to keep you safe from Delta.
When life gave them the short end of the stick, they gladly fetched it anyway. Subaru presents the underdogs. Older, physically challenged, these remarkable dogs will never slow you down. In fact, they're probably wondering if you can keep up with them. Subaru loves all pets. So we're asking you to please consider adopting an underdog and join us in celebrating all dogs on our 2nd annual National Make a Dogs Day. Subaru, more than a car company.
Come on and keep me satisfied.
Chicago. Okay, so I'm Magnificent Mile from me.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease until I realized something was missing. Me.
You okay, sis?
My symptoms were keeping me from really being there for my sisters. So I talked to my doctor and learned
That's us.
Humira is for people who still have symptoms of Crohn's disease after trying other medications. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieved remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
No, really, I think I could dunk on you.
But I bet I
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes more than you.
Come on, buddy. My picture's on the box.
It's the truth, Tony.
Tiebreaker. Who's got the deeper voice?
They're great.
I win.
I win.
Oh, you're cute when you're wrong.
Yep. Hey, guys, our continuing coverage of Delta as the northern eye wall coming ashore now. Decoupling or not, it's still got a lot of rain with it. We've had some gusts that have been over hurricane force. When those get official, guess what? We're going to tell you where they were. But this little place called Lake Arthur has had gusts of 71 miles per hour. You're looking at a live camera right now out of Creole. All right, this is down here in Cameron Parish, and you can certainly see, at times the wind and the waves whipping through. This is kind of classic eye wall. All right, this is kind of classic eye wall. Winds are out of the east. We've had water rise down there as well in Cameron Parish, Vermilion Parish as well. Vermilion Bay right now up close to 6 feet. There's huge waves rolling in toward the coast, if you will, or toward Abbeville that are about 6 feet high as well. So that's certainly a situation there where water may get into the town. We've seen that camera where there's water in the in the streets here. I don't know exactly where this is at Abbeville, but it's probably close to the bay. That would make the most sense. But look at this. It's gotten high. Since we started showing you this an hour ago, it's gotten higher. And look at the worst possible case scenario with water rise, 7 to 11 feet. That's right where that is. And that's, certainly we're in the middle of that right now. And that's why we asked you to get out of storm surge. It's the number one killer, that and freshwater flooding over the inland areas. All right, guys, back here in Bro Bridge, I want you to look behind me here down the street, just down the street. This is Main Street. And we just literally, as I was voicing over that video, we had a squall that came through here, and you could really see a lot of these trees and even the sign a little bit. Still, the antique sign there, still swaying quite a bit, all right, in this area. So we're getting a little bit more of the wind, and that's what's going to happen. A lot of us here inland are going to see more and more of this ramp up as this center comes north and northeast toward us. So far, everybody, as far as I can see, has power at this point, but there are about 60,000 customers, and that was about, 30 minutes ago. If you guys want to give me a new number on that, I'd be happy to tell everybody. But we've had, between Texas and Louisiana, thank you, Nora, 80,000 customers now without power. We do know those numbers are going to go up with these bans as they continue to come on through. So heavy rain and continues to be an issue. We've already had gusts to 60, maybe even higher. That's just one. Remember, one station. You can have higher gusts in and around Lake Charles. So Tevin, what are you seeing down there? Any visible signs of new damage?
Jim, I don't see any signs of new damage, but here's the problem. Even in the aftermath of Delta here, how will you know, unless you've documented, how will you know what new damage is versus some of the older damage? That's the question that a lot of the homeowners and residents here will face in the days and hours to come after Delta has long gone because of Laura that was here just 6 weeks ago. But today's topic, it is Delta. We've already seen 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Calcasieu Parish. In terms of some of the strongest gusts, I think we've got more to go and more to squeeze out because this storm, the core of it is still far away by about 15 to perhaps 25 miles or so in terms of the outer eye wall. Now, the center is about 30 to 40 miles away. I don't think we'll get the landfall. We don't need it. And quite honestly, we don't want it here. You can go around and ask any single person here, do you want the eye wall? And they'd say no, because that's traditionally the strongest part of the storm. But this is a different storm. It's got a lot of dry air on the southern side here and the shear on the western side. So that's ultimately sort of changed the DNA. And this is not a textbook storm. So now wind gusts near 75 miles an hour. This is near Iowa and well at this moment. It's working its way. It's racing its way along I-10 here and perhaps portions of Highway 90. Within the next 2 to 3 minutes, check back with us and see what its conditions are like here. So I believe we want to go to Steph now. Is that what I'm hearing?
I'm going to take it from you, Tevin, here in Jennings, Louisiana, and things are starting to get worse. Definitely the winds are getting a little bit stronger. We're feeling some more of those gusts here into Jennings. That eye wall is about an hour away from us right now. And if you've been watching as you can tell, the winds are getting a little bit stronger for us here. I'm taking pressure readings and measurement readings. Of course, that pressure will be the lowest when that eye crosses over us, and we believe it will. And so we just want to show you what it looks like in Jennings. So this is their main street, and we saw building, you see it down the way here, and they're fixing the roof. We can't say for sure if that was one of the roofs that was damaged by Laura, but there is roof damage here, and people do have blue tarps. I asked the officer who was with us, and he said, well, I don't remember that before Laura. So it is a possibility, but we can't say for sure. Of course, the gutters are working overtime. There's a gutter on this building. The water will be pouring out of those. That is something that always you hope your gutters are cleared out so you don't run into any issues with that. And then power. We still have power here in Jennings, but, you know, the power lines are going to start shaking when we have those wind gusts coming in. And of course, in this neighborhood, you see they have a lot of trees here. And I will say, driving around, you know what, Matt? I don't know if the camera picks it up. Do you see those debris piles down the street? Yeah. We saw a lot of debris piles like that around, people doing cleanup from Laura. And I know we only have 30 seconds left, but if we can look up at the sky, I know the rain's going to probably mess up the camera a bit. You can see the clouds moving. We have an east wind here. That means the winds are coming from the east and moving west. That is because we're on the north side of the storm, and that eye wall is coming into us. So the winds are going to continue to pick up. They will be out of the east, and then they will shift around once the storm goes past us. We'll be back with more live reports all night long as Delta is coming ashore.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share, so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and healthcare.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve of this message.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
All right, I brought in Ensure Max Protein to give you the protein you need with less of the sugar you don't. I'll take that.
30 grams of protein and 1 gram of sugar. Ensure Max Protein with nutrients to support immune health.
Fall is a great time to take trips in your vehicle. Some are more memorable than others. And because life is sometimes messy, we've got you covered. With laser measured floor liners, seat protectors, and our full line of automotive protection products to help keep your vehicle looking its best. Order at WeatherTech.com. WeatherTech, made right in America.
You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath. It's English toffee.
If something happened to you, what would happen to them? Their home, their education, their future. You need life insurance. And chances are, SelectQuote can help you get it for less than $1 a day.
SelectQuote found Jacob 40, a $500,000 policy for only $19 a month. And SelectQuote found his wife Wendy a $500,000 policy for only $17 a month.
Our secret? At SelectQuote, we aggressively comparison shop highly rated companies to find you the company with the best rates.
We found Gary, 35, a $1 million policy for only $22 a month.
Why pay more? Give your family the security they need at a price you can afford.
Call 1-800-852-9312 or go to selectquote.com now and get the insurance your family needs.
At a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
It's almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh!
Jaw-dropping.
Nope. All the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral. Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes.
Life Plus, water enhanced with minerals and a splash of flavor.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite. No! One more bite!
Craft for the win-win. Our main focus is raising the girls.
It's everything to me to be able to love them and experience them every day. It's a proud feeling. Being able to order stuff online.
I can just go straight to the app. It helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection!
Overruled. And right now, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
What's in your wallet?
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo. It's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours, so you can store season after season of your favorite shows for as long as you need them.
You waited. I got all the seasons. No way.
Record up to 2,000 hours of the shows that bring you together with Dish, tuned in to you.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Knowing who we are is hard. It's hard. Eliminate who you are not first, and you're going to find yourself where you need to be. The race is never over. The journey has no port. The adventure never ends because we are always on the way.
So how is it?
Great.
And good evening, everyone. The center of Hurricane Delta, about 30 miles offshore, south of Cameron, Louisiana, continuing to move northeast now. But some of the worst weather isn't with the center, as you know. It's with the eye wall, which is actually moving onshore. We've had unofficial gusts of over 70 miles per hour within this, and we will continue to watch this move up through some of these higher populated areas. New Iberia, Lafayette, Breaux Bridge, which is where we are. Jennings, where Stephanie is, Scott, which is where Mike is, and of course we'll cover all this for you back in the studio with Mike Bettis and Alex Wilson as well as we continue our coverage around the clock of Hurricane Delta. As I mentioned, I'm in Breaux Bridge. We've had some heavy rain that has filled up a lot of the bayous in through here, and the surge has really been the big story now, especially down in Vermilion Bay, where we've seen total water rise there of about 6 feet. Abbeville, that camera out of that area has been very, showing in terms of what that surge is doing coming in with the southeast wind. It's just weird. And I remember this in Pensacola with Sally to watch downtown streets where there's actually waves rippling along the surge because the wind is so strong through there. And yet, as I mentioned, we're strong tropical storm and minimal hurricane in terms of the gusts right now. We've had buoys showing that and even weather stations. Mobile weather stations that are up and operational. Again, guys, looking behind me here at Breaux Bridge, we're out of one of those bands right now. So it's, a little bit on the quiet side, but believe me, when they kick in, it's heavy rain, it's winds gusting everything around, and you can even start to see some of these street signs swaying a little bit. But the area, again, that we're all our eyes on, an area so hard hit by Hurricane Laura just 43 days ago here. Tevin Wooten talked to us from Lake Charles, Louisiana. I apologize. I forgot to mention you at the top of the hour. I was trying to remember everybody. Apologies, buddy, because frankly, you got the biggest story out there. An area that has all these tarps, thousands of tarps that are under the influence of these 60-plus mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, man, this rain is just absolutely relentless. Let's take you to those tarps because there are so many. It's like a sea of blue tarps all throughout Lake Charles. In fact, I think we have aerial video of those tarps to show you, so you can see how much this encompasses southwestern portions of southwestern portions of Louisiana and in Calcasieu Parish. So this is actually video of Lake Charles, where some of the water's crashing up, some of the surge, and some of the tarps as well. Look at the way that green tarp is flying in the wind. Here's your problem. That's one, but there are thousands of those out here in Lake Charles, in places like Orange, Texas, and also Port Arthur as well, because you have to remember with Laura, about 6 weeks ago, it wasn't just Lake Charles that saw impacts. Even though we saw the eye of the storm and the center of the storm move over, there were several different communities in and around Lake Charles, in Moss Bluff, down in Cameron that saw this. So we have to really keep southwestern Louisiana in mind and eastern portions of Texas too when we talk about going forward in the forecast and what Delta will now bring in, because this is taking a situation and upping it. The debris that's out there, the debris that's loosened, the power lines that were just fixed when people just got power a week or two ago, now they don't have power again, or now they may not have power again and likely won't have power again. All the power crews are pulled out because they have to get to safety and out of harm's way. They all have to come back in. So this is a very coordinated effort with first responders, with local officials, with utility crews, all to come in after the worst of Delta pulls out. But I think we're seeing the worst of Delta right now. Unfortunately, a lot of the observation sites, it seems like they are down, and that's understandable because the power is perhaps out in some spots, or it's too dangerous, or maybe some of the sensors aren't working right now. But I can tell you this, 60-mile-an-hour winds or 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for a prolonged period of time from Delta, it's not just a hit or miss thing. We're seeing sustained winds near about 30 or 40 miles an hour, depending on where you are. So that'll happen for the next, we've already seen 3 or 4 hours. I think we've got another 3 or 4 more hours to go. We're not in the center. We're not on the north side of the storm. We're on the west side of the storm. So when you have a counterclockwise rotation, that it's just sustaining, it's prolonged, and it's just holding itself together on the left-hand side just enough to sit and sorrow right over Lake Charles, Louisiana. So extremely unfortunate situation here. A lot of the people did evacuate. This was yesterday where we were watching people pile up on I-210 and I-10. And you should have seen the amount of cars as this exodus occurred throughout the day. It wasn't just a 1 or 2 hour spurts where you hit traffic sometimes and you're done. This was traffic that was sustained for about an hour or 2 or 3 or 4, depending on which roadway you were on. Even some of the bridges to get out of town to evacuate were piled up as well. Folks were heading mostly west when we talked to people because they didn't want to go east. If you're a hurricane savvy person, which a lot of people that live along the Gulf Coast are, they didn't want to go to the east. They know that's the dirty side of the storm. They wanted to get away, so they went west. Mike, I talked to a couple that went as far west as Dallas, Texas. They didn't want to stop in Houston. They didn't want to stop at Katy. They wanted to get way out of the way of Delta. Thousands of folks did that. In fact, city officials, Mike, that we spoke to this morning said they think more people evacuated with this storm than Laura. So I think they're understanding the message here, and it's safe to say they certainly are.
100%, and those folks, if you've got the means and you've got the ability to do it, by all means, go ahead and evacuate. If it takes you to Dallas, then it takes you to Dallas, right? Tevin, thanks so much for the update. Want to give you an update on what's happening with the storm. Currently, we're going to get hourly updates from the Hurricane Center now through landfall. The wind's down to 100 miles per hour, Category 2, northeast movement of 14 miles per hour. And you're now starting to see the northern edge of the eye is coming ashore right now. So you're going to see the winds back off. You're going to see the rain back off. But a place like Creole and Grand Chenier, it looks like you're about to go right into the eye here momentarily. But the really heavy rain is all on the north side of the system. And we're anticipating a lot of degradation of the storm here, short term, especially over the next 24 hours. By tomorrow morning, we're probably down to a tropical storm, then accelerating off into the Mid-South and then the Tennessee Valley. There's a look at some of the winds that we're dealing with right now. In Houma, 43 gusts. New Orleans, we're gusting to 40. As high as wind gusts have we seen in any tropical system so far this year.
Next day shipping. You can have your masks fast, help slow the spread, and protect your community. Feel the difference and be the difference at FastShipFaceMask.com.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy. Any idea how much it will cost? You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx? I have insurance. Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, low 60, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, partly cloudy, high 78, winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, a mostly clear sky, low 59, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
So breaking news in the last 20 minutes, Hurricane Delta making landfall near Creole, Louisiana in the northern eyeball right now is meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. For Steph, some of the worst winds are happening for you right now. Some of the intense rainfall rates are happening for you right now. But we think over the next maybe half hour to 40 minutes, you're going to emerge out into the eye where things will go dead calm. We're going to try to reconnect with Stephanie's audio here in just a moment, but she's really in the meat of it right now. We're going to get back to Steph here in just a second. Want to update you on what the situation is in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That's just east of where Stephanie is on I-10. Justin Michaels is there. Justin, again, same thing. We think the worst of the weather happening for you over the course of the next maybe 20 or 30 minutes there in Lake Charles.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, just in the last 5 minutes, there was a 95-mile-per-hour gust reported here in Lake Charles. So that is a beast of a gust, and certainly the damage is being caused across this town. This city was already hard hit by Laura 6 weeks ago. Now we have Delta coming through, undoing all the work that's been done over the last 6 weeks, undoubtedly. We do know also in Moss Bluff, Louisiana, here in Calcasieu Parish, there is flooding in homes, and we have to believe they're probably not the only ones. So what's going to happen for the rest of this evening? The expectation is we could have another hour, maybe as much as 2 hours in the western eye wall of this storm. We're going to continue to have these 75-mile-per-hour plus gusts. We're going to have sustained winds. It's going to be really nasty, and the rain is going to keep coming down for the rest of this evening, probably not tapering off until after midnight. The good news is by the time the sun comes up tomorrow morning, hopefully Delta is going to be off to the northeast, and people are going to be able to get out and begin to reassess the damage to Lake Charles, Louisiana. It's really hard to believe. And people here, as we were talking with them over the last few days about leaving, they were truly scared after what they went through with Laura. And that's why there were so many people, a mass exodus from this city yesterday. In fact, the mayor here, Nick Hunter, he told us yesterday that they believe that they have more people evacuate because of Delta than because of Laura. And they used Laura as a guide, saying, hey, we're not going to live through that again. All right, let's head to meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. I'll tell you what, Steph, we're getting a pretty nasty Delta here in Lake Charles, and I know you are too.
Yeah, we are. And just to our south in Lake Arthur, they've been gusting to 88, and everything that's happening in Lake Arthur is going to gust up to us here in Jennings. And I want to show you, this was just tumbling down the street, a stop sign, and look, it was ripped from how it was obviously attached to the post. So the wind was strong enough to rip this. And this is heavy, this is sharp, this can do a lot of damage. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep this out of the wind. Here guys, you might have to grab this so I can go back out there. I don't want it to go flying again. Do you wanna, Seth, you wanna come grab this for me if you don't mind so I can, I don't want that to go flying and hit anybody. Thanks, Seth, I appreciate it. All right, so let's go back out here. You know, I don't know if Bettis is available. I wanna talk to Mike if we can, because Mike, this has made landfall in Creole, Louisiana. That is just to the east where Laura made landfall. And I was wondering if we know that distance between the two hurricanes, which is not unprecedented, but it is rare. The last time I feel like we saw landfall this close was 2004, Hurricane Jean and Francis on the Florida East Coast, where they were approximately 2 miles apart from each other.
Steph, I'm going to measure the distance. It's 13 miles,
Thanks.
Approximately 13 miles from
13
Creole
miles.
to Cameron. So, you know, that's amazing when you think about two significant hurricanes, a Cat 4 and a Cat 2, making landfall within 13 miles of each other. You know, the devastating blow we've taken there in Louisiana, you know, the conditions that you're dealing with today just make it all that much worse for people trying to recover from the hurricane 6 weeks ago.
It is. And unfortunately, even people here, they got hit by Laura. It was way worse. But let me tell you, this is not enjoyable. This, you know, we've had our winds officially gusting just over 60 miles an hour. But Mike, you've been in enough hurricanes to know this is stronger than 60 miles an hour.
That's, Steph, how I can tell that it is very difficult is I can hear your labored breathing, because this is like a workout out there. I'm glad you're in an open exposed area, because you certainly don't want to have, you know, stuff hitting you, but be very, very careful out there. We think that you're in this, Steph. I'm looking at that radar. I think you're probably in this for about another 20 minutes or so. If you hang in there for another 20 minutes, I think you're going to be in the clear. And after that, I think the weather's actually going to be pretty decent from that point going forward. But until then, you've got some of the highest reflectivity returns we're seeing on the radar are actually happening on I-10 in Jennings right now.
And what's incredible, Mike, is we had that storm surge also up to 8 feet already on the Louisiana coast with that push. Have you started to see any of those water levels drop,
Yes.
being in the eye and as this is moving ashore yet? Have you seen that drop start?
In Calcasieu Pass, yes, we've seen that come down. Now, I would say over at Canal Locks, that's actually going up to record now, actually surpassing what happened with Hurricane Ike. They've gone past 10.2 feet now, so that's more on the eastern side where you got the eastern eye wall that came through. So record-setting surges and significant wind right now as the hurricane comes.
The Lab, brought to you by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Wish you were here to see how bright the human spirit can shine. To see that no matter what nature does, people will do more. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave. To help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Introducing Tostitos strips, their thickest chip yet.
And creamy avocado salsa, made with real avocados.
They're good apart,
but better together.
Hey, Martha, pass me some of that green stuff.
The ups and downs of frequent mood swings can take you to deep depressive lows, or give you unusually high energy, even when depressed. Overwhelmed by bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar effectively treats depression, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms with just one pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. High cholesterol and weight gain, high blood sugar which can lead to coma or death may occur. Movement dysfunction, sleepiness, and stomach issues are common side effects. When bipolar 1 overwhelms, Vraylar helps smooth the ups and downs.
Lactate is 100% real milk, just without the lactose, so you can enjoy it even if you're sensitive. Yet some people say lactate isn't real milk. I guess all those cows must actually be big dogs. Sit. I said sit.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts. That's a thought. Deliver it. Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
If you have risk factors like heart disease, diabetes, and raised triglycerides, Vasipa can give you something to celebrate. Vasipa, when added to your statin, is clinically proven to provide 25% lower risk from heart attack and stroke. Vasipa is clearly different. First and only FDA approved. Celebrate less risk, even for those with family history. Don't take Vasipa if you are or become allergic to icosapent ethyl or any inactive ingredient in Vasipa. Serious side effects may occur, like heart rhythm problems and bleeding. Heart rhythm problems may occur in more people with persistent cardiovascular risk or who have had them in the past. Tell your doctor if you experience an irregular heartbeat or other heart rhythm problems. Possible side effects include muscle and joint pain. Celebrate less risk. Added cardio protection. Talk to your doctor about adding protection with Vasipa.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
It's almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll, this is something nobody can imagine. Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping. Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this. Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
We are tracking Hurricane Delta for you tonight, officially making landfall near Creole, Louisiana, about half an hour ago. And that is a live look at what's happening for us right now as Lake Charles is being hit pretty hard right now. Winds have been gusting as high as 95 miles an hour in Lake Charles. And you can see just how angry the water is right now. We've had significant wind and we've had some surge that's been record-setting along the coastline of Louisiana. I want to take you to Lake Arthur. This is just south of I-10, just south of Jennings, Louisiana, and show you what's happening there because we've had pretty significant wind that's come in there. But now the weather's going to start to get a little calmer. That's a look at Jennings, by the way, as the extreme winds that have come in are knocking down power lines at this point. Please do not drive. Boy, this is a car here. It's just dangerous being there because you can see the power lines that are down even over the roadways. So please just find another route in these kind of situations. Then we take you to Kaplan, Louisiana, and you can see a mobile home there, I believe, has been knocked over. And it really only takes about a 70-mile-an-hour wind to do that, and the winds have been gusting higher than that. So you are not safe in a mobile home at all, and you're not even safe in a home that's not elevated at this point. And there's a shot of what the roads are looking like in Lake Charles for us tonight. Again, plenty of water on the roads. Watch for the hydroplaning. Be careful. Watch your speed. If you don't have to be out this evening, don't. The weather's going to improve for you here pretty quickly as soon as we get into the eye, and then the storm moves pretty quickly off to the north, and you're out of this in the next couple of hours. So let's get into Lake Charles tonight with Justin Michaels. Justin, things have been rocking and rolling here the last couple of hours. I'm hopeful here that your weather improves pretty quickly, maybe in the next half an hour or so.
But I do know we just got another rainfall rate, a record coming in. 8.53 inches of rain has fallen so far today here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. That broke a record several hours ago. The numbers are just going to continue to tick up. You said, Mike, 95-mile-per-hour gusts about 20 minutes ago. Let's hope you're right that in the next half an hour we could see a little bit of a decline. But we do know we're on the western side of this storm. And if you just think about it, go back to basic geometry. If this thing is moving to the northeast and we're on the western side of it, we've got the whole back western side, southwestern side of it to go through. So as you can see, very gusty, very dangerous. Being out right now is the absolute worst scenario. Driving around should not be an option. This is not the time, folks, to go out and try to say, hey, what's it like to be in a hurricane? I can tell you, for our safety, I am about 20 feet from getting inside the building into our hotel. Our hotel is powerless right now. Generator is operating the entire building at this point, and we have to believe if this hotel is out of power, most, if not all, of Lake Charles has got to be out of power. Across the state of Louisiana, we have about 81,000 customers and growing out of power right now. We know that number is going to go up. This is certainly Delta, insult to injury. These people were dealing with the cleanup after Laura 6 weeks ago, and now you have to believe, at least for many people, we're all the efforts and all the progress made over 6 weeks was it all washed away with Hurricane Delta? Probably was, because many people still had blue tarp roofs. They still had infrastructure that was broken, people doing everything they could to come back, and you bring Delta on shore with 95-mile-per-hour gusts and more than 8.5 inches of rain over the course of this storm and counting, and you've got more problems. So will they be worse off after this than even after Laura? That's definitely a possibility. I know that our team, after the storm goes away, we're going to be working through the streets of Lake Charles, Louisiana, and this part of Louisiana, trying to bring those stories of people trying to recover again. 6 weeks and 6 weeks and counting since Laura came through, and now we have Delta adding insult to injury. Definitely a tough go for a lot of people here. As far as where I'm standing right now, before we lose the luxury of having a little daylight, you can see this body of water back here. This is the Calcasieu River, okay? And this is being fed by the actual Lake Charles, which is not far from where I'm standing right now, the actual lake. You can't see it. There's no possible way of seeing it. And in fact, we can barely see the water back there except out to that channel marker. But I'll tell you what, conditions here are going to be pretty bad for a little while longer. Again, can't stress enough, this is not the time to be going out. Stay inside, keep yourselves safe, and remember, this city had so much debris left over after Hurricane Laura went through here 6 weeks ago, and much of it still has not been cleaned up. Meaning when you get those 95-mile-per-hour gusts, and it doesn't even need to be 95 miles per hour, it can be 50 or 60 miles per hour, to pick up those pieces of corrugated metal and also wood and all sorts of other projectiles. You don't want to get hit by one, because that is deadly. The Weather Channel is going to continue to track Delta as it pushes off to the northeast, and of course, we'll be here in Lake Charles for you throughout the evening. Stay tuned, folks.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Everyone remembers the moment they heard, "You have cancer," how their world stopped, and when they found a way to face it. For some, this is where their Keytruda story begins. Keytruda, a breakthrough immunotherapy that may treat certain cancers. One of those cancers is advanced non-squamous non-small cell lung cancer, where Keytruda is approved to be used with certain chemotherapies as your first treatment if you do not have an abnormal EGFR or ALK gene.
Keytruda helps your immune system fight cancer, but can also cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body. This can happen during or after treatment and may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have new or worse cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, diarrhea, severe stomach pain or tenderness, nausea or vomiting, rapid heartbeat, increased hunger or thirst, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in urine or eyesight, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain, confusion or memory problems, fever, rash, itching, or flushing. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant, had or plan to have a stem cell transplant, or have lung, breathing, or liver problems.
Today, Keytruda is FDA approved to treat 16 types of advanced cancer and is being studied in hundreds of clinical trials, exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See the different types of cancer Keytruda is approved to treat at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda can be part of your story.
Look, Limu, someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need. False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, so you're the scientist here. Does my Aveeno Daily Moisturizer really make my dry skin healthier in one day?
It's true, Jen.
Really?
This prebiotic oat formula moisturizes to help prevent dry skin.
Impressive. Aveeno, healthy. It's our nature.
You put care into everything you do. United Healthcare does too. Like connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Every morning at 4:30, you hear the cooks hop on the floor. It's hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times in the mill. Every morning right at 6. Don't that old bell make you sick? Hard times in the mill, my love. Hard times.
Our focus is raising the girls.
Being able to order stuff online.
It helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless.
Yeah, back at Breaux Bridge, Louisiana here as we continue to move Delta onshore farther. Still a lot of wind with this thing. Incredible amounts of wind energy existing. Just had a power flash here. The power went out and it came back on, and then the streetlights went down, and then they just came back on and through here. So we'll see some of these stronger winds starting to mix down even farther to the northeast. But off to the southwest, that eye wall part that's collapsing in the Jennings area, Lake Arthur, and even back into Lake Charles now. Talk about insult to injury, 95-mile-per-hour winds there. Just a horrible situation. And I was just talking to my buddy, Forrest Masters, who's a meteorologist at the University of Florida. He said, Jim, there is still 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts behind the rain. Okay, so even as the precipitation comes off the radar, keep in mind we still have a nice rear inflow jet almost coming into this thing that's going to gust up to about 90 miles per hour. So don't think that we're done, even though the precip starts to shut off. Got a long night ahead of us. From last count, 200,000 customers without power. That's Texas and Louisiana. Of course, most of them in Louisiana. We've had a lot of issues, guys, especially with storm surge down in Vermilion Bay and Abbeville. We've gotten, top there, fresh water, almost 8 feet. All right, so that 7 to 11 feet is absolutely verified, and they're still having problems. There are waves literally rolling through the city. But in terms of, being able to stand up and certainly seeing things blown over, we don't have any of that kind of damage here in Breaux Bridge. All right, I want to get into Steph, because Steph, it's kind of interesting. You're hopefully going to get out of some of that heavy rain, but you may not get out of the wind.
Right. Well, as we've been talking about, this is not a well-defined eye, right? It's starting to get torn apart. So you might still see some of that wind, even though the rain was ending, as you were mentioning. And Jim, I really want to hammer home the point. For those of you who have been watching me over the last couple of hours, this is a Category 2. And this is why we try to warn you and tell you to prepare, even for a Cat 2, a Cat 1. It doesn't have to be a major hurricane. If you're in the eye wall of even a Category 1, you will get damage. And so try to remember, this is a Category 2. Next time you see a hurricane coming, that you should prepare. Now, I will say, I think the winds have died down a little bit. It is still raining, but I do think the winds have calmed down. As we're getting closer and closer to that eye, the winds will continue to calm down. I have an anemometer reading too. I've been watching because that pressure will be dropping. Of course, it made landfall in Creole, Louisiana, which is to our south, right there along the coast. And we will start to see our pressure drop. Yeah, we're down to 981.4 millibars. Why is that significant? That is significant because when I started this show at 5 o'clock Eastern time, I took a reading here and I was at 991. My pressure has dropped 10 millibars. So that to me is an indication we are now gusting to 81 miles an hour. So we are definitely getting closer to that center of circulation by the fact that our pressure is dropping. And as you see, we still have those gusty winds. We're not finished with it. We are not finished with it. It's going to take several more hours for this to push through, continue to wind down. The good news is the backside of this system, I don't know if you can hear that. It's now that it's getting dark, it brings in a lot more anxiety because you hear things and you're not quite sure where it's coming from, the direction. This, I think, was just the wind howling down the street. But Paul Goodloe, he's at our hotel. He's been here live as well. He told us that the wind was howling through the hotel. You could feel the hotel swaying, and there's actually some water into our hotel. So if there's water into our hotel, I'm assuming some of the homes perhaps have some water in them as well. Of course, this area was hit by Laura, a month and a half ago, and there are some houses that have blue tarps on them. There were debris piles around, so they were recovering from Laura. Of course, nothing like they dealt with in Lake Charles. Shockingly, as you can see behind me, the lights on here at this bank behind me, power has not gone out, at least on the street that we are on. So it's pretty much a miracle, if you ask me, that we still actually have power here. We do have 200,000 customers. Remember, when we give you the power update, that's for one structure that the power is going to. So if you have a house of 4 or 6 people, you can multiply the amount of people without power is much higher than that. And as this storm goes inland, we could see power outages due to the fact that even if it doesn't have as strong of winds, you don't need a lot when the ground is saturated and you get a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust even. You don't need a 60, 90, 80-mile-an-hour wind gust. You can get a tree to come down when you have your winds at 35 miles an hour and slice right through a home. And so this is why we always want you to be on guard, not only at the coast, but also inland as this hurricane continues to move north, and it will continue to do that into the overnight hours. This is now the 4th hurricane to make landfall here in Louisiana, and that ties the record from 2002, when we also had 4, I should say named storms, not hurricanes in particular, but tropical storms and hurricanes. We tied the record from 2002. There are some of those gusts that are still happening, and I will just continue to check. My anemometer dropping again, now to 979.7 millibars. So we are nearing that eye. I hope you stay tuned to see us after we've gotten beaten up by the winds of Delta. The first time we've had a Greek named storm, a hurricane, I should say, make landfall. Beta was a tropical storm when it made landfall. This is our first hurricane as a Greek named storm. We will get into the eye. The question is, how dirty will the eye be? What does it mean to have a dirty eye, and how does the eye affect you? I'm going to have the answer to all of those questions coming up after we take a quick breather here. We'll come back and talk more about the technicalities of a hurricane's eye.
Wow, 100 bands in my pocket, it's on me. Yeah, your grandma will probably know me. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
New Doritos Flamin' Hot Limon.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Our focus is raising the girls.
Being able to order stuff online.
It helps out a lot.
We get to use that time that we would be at the grocery store. That time is priceless.
Only Dish has the Hopper. TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows
You waited.
I got all the seasons.
for as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
It's oh so quiet and so peaceful. You fall in love, sing boom, you shout, you yell. Blow, blow, blow your whistle. When you're falling in love.
The world's changing, and we're changing with it. At FastShipFaceMask.com, our soft and plush, reusable double-layer face masks come in fun colors and styles, starting at $6.99. With our famous 5-minute checkout and next-day shipping, you can have your masks fast, help slow the spread, and protect your community. Feel the difference and be the difference at FastShipFaceMask.com.
Jim and Joanne are here to pick up the same prescription. They both know the system is not on their side. They both know drug costs are out of control. But one of them is taking back control with GoodRx. So while he's paying that much, even with his insurance, she's paying this much just by using GoodRx. Use GoodRx to compare prices at pharmacies in your area and stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today and take back control.
It's almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow.
Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, low 60. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, partly cloudy, high 78. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, a mostly clear sky, low 59. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Let's talk about some of the gustiest winds that we have seen so far out of Hurricane Delta, right where we are located. We've been in the eye wall, and we have seen a gust to 81 miles an hour. Lake Arthur, just down the road, 11 miles, gusting to 95 miles an hour. Lake Charles, Lake Charles gusting to 95, Lake Arthur gusting to 96 miles an hour. That's the highest actual observation we've been able to get so far. Now, as you can see, the winds are getting better. They're still gusty. We're not finished with this yet. We're not in the eye just yet, but they are getting better. Now, as we go into that eye, our winds are going to calm because of how a hurricane, the structure of how a hurricane works. What happens is that pressure drops as you go into the eye of the storm. You have the lowest pressure at the center. Of course, that center coming over Creole, Louisiana, not too long ago. Now, I started off the show at 5 o'clock Eastern time. My pressure was 991. My pressure reading now is 979.6. It's jumping around 979.6, 979.7. The central pressure, the lowest pressure right now, is 970. So this is an indication for me that we are getting close to that center. We're obviously not in it yet, but the eye is where we have the calm. Now, before the break, I was talking about a dirty eye. What does that mean? What does that mean for you? Well, when you have a very powerful hurricane, it is so strong that in the eye, and you are able to look up and see the stars. I've witnessed it. I can vouch for it. It literally does happen. It's the weirdest thing. You go through some of the worst weather you've ever experienced in your life, and then all of a sudden it's calm. You hear the frogs, birds come out, and you can see stars when you have a very strong, well-defined hurricane. This one has been falling apart as it's coming ashore. So the shear has been stretching out the eye. It's not as circular as, you know, a super well-defined storm, but we still have it. So once we go into that eye, it's going to be what meteorologists sometimes call a dirty eye, meaning we'll have that calm, that pressure will still drop, and it is still an eye, but we probably won't be able to see any stars. It'll probably just still be cloud cover. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't classify as a hurricane. It doesn't mean anything. Just some eyes are more clear than others. What does that mean for you? Well, it means that you've gotten through that northern eye wall, or perhaps the western eye wall, because this thing is stretching out. We were talking about that earlier with Bettis. You know, Lake Charles, where Tevin is, and Jim Cantori and Bro Bridge off to my east and Tevin off to my west. The three of us could get in this eye because it's getting pulled out, pulled apart. And there are times when you get into the eye, it's not perfectly calm. Again, that would classify as a dirty eye because it's not clean, seeing straight up to the stars. So what this means for you at home is that things will improve, but then we have to get through the backside of the storm. Because the storm is falling apart as it's coming ashore, we don't have a super strong back eye wall, but you will still feel it. It will still be windy. You could still lose power. A lot of times what happens is things really get weakened with that first eye wall. And then even if that second eye wall isn't super strong, you can still see things get blown around. You can still see your power go out and whatnot. Let's talk about power outages, because we're talking 200,000 customers without power in both Texas and Louisiana, and I anticipate power outages as this goes inland and knocks down trees on power lines or just takes down those power lines. Let's go to Lake Charles, who we were just getting back on our feet, Justin, after Hurricane Laura. Yeah. And I've heard that there are sporadic power outages around Lake Charles yet again when they've worked so hard to get it up and running.
From what I can tell right now, about 40,000 customers here, Stephanie, in Calcasieu Parish are without power. In the entire state of Louisiana, we have, and there's a leaf, 167,000 customers without power. The vast majority of customers with this storm without power are right here in Louisiana, especially the southwestern side of Louisiana, as this storm continues to roll through. I'll tell you what, Delta is really dealing a blow to Lake Charles, Louisiana. And the reason is because they were already so badly hit just 6 weeks ago with Laura coming through here and really laying waste to the entire city. Now, to give you some numbers we're talking about here in Lake Charles, we've already had a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust not all that long ago, about an hour ago. And so far today, more than 8.5 inches of rain. The rain is expected to last several more hours. These intense gusty winds are hopefully going to start to die off over the next few hours, but that's no time to let your guard down. We still have hours, Mike Bettis, of rain and winds to deal with, and it really isn't going to be till tomorrow morning, Mike, that people should even consider leaving their safe spots, leaving their homes, and going to assess damage, because now we're getting tonight. Power lines are going to be down. Trees are going to be down. Debris is going to be everywhere, Mike. And we already know that roads, not just highways, but roads, secondary roads are being closed. The dangers are real, Mike Bettis. Yeah, and Lake Charles is going to have a lot more cleanup after Delta. Indeed.
For real. We'll do it tomorrow. Don't worry about it today. Newest advisory has come in from the Hurricane Center. We now have Category 1. Winds have been downgraded to 90 miles per hour. Landfall happening roughly an hour ago.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All all-new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I did. Okay, I'm on vibrate.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Donald Trump is lying again. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone making under $400,000. Biden will close tax loopholes for big corporations. Trump's tax cut giveaway exploded our debt, so he's threatening Social Security and Medicare. Biden will make the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share so we can protect Social Security and Medicare and invest in schools and health care.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard mobile link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
We just got our latest update from the Hurricane Center, the 8 a.m. intermediate update, bringing this down to a Category 1, 90-mile-an-hour winds. We will get another full update from the Hurricane Center at 11 p.m. this evening. And I want to bring in Mike Bettis to talk about this pressure reading. 970, Mike, the center of this storm, the lowest pressure. I have 978 jumping around 0.9, 0.8. 979. We're jumping right around 979 and 978.8-ish. But what's interesting about this eye is it's not like we have this super well-defined eye right in the center. That pressure is going to drop. It's getting spread out. So I think that is going to make a difference in those pressure readings. Again, just a technicality when we're talking meteorology. For those of you at home that aren't as interested in those numbers, Mike, it's not going to make a difference.
No, it really isn't. I think from this point going forward, we're going to start to gradually see the pressures come up. That means a weakening system. We're going to see the winds start to come down. And Steph, I literally think you're just minutes away from literally being in the eye, and I think you'll be in it for a couple of hours then. But all the rain will mostly be gone. You'll get the backside of the storm, the southern eye wall, if you will, but there'll be hardly any precipitation, if zero. But you'll have the wind that comes back, so you'll know you're back in the eye wall when the wind starts to crank back up. But I think you might get the pressure on your handheld there. I think you get pressure drop to maybe 975, 974, something like that, because I think the pressure with the most recent reading from the Hurricane Center is at 971. So I think you'll probably get pretty close to that, with the handheld. We'll see what it eventually comes to, but it's just interesting to see that we've had 4 landfalls now in Louisiana this season, Steph, setting a record for that state, tying it, with 2002. So it's just been a rough year.
It has, Mike, and I'm not sure if you can see the anemometer. I just wanted to show the people at home what I was looking at, what we're talking about. And that pressure, as you can see, Mike, is still dropping. 978.3. So now we're on the low end of that. So we will continue to see this drop until we get to the 7. As you mentioned, it will rise up. Let's talk about the distance, Mike, of landfall from Laura to this system and what that distance was. And it's not, we don't see that all the time. We have to go back, what it was, 13 miles, right, was the distance between Hurricane Laura versus this one. You go back to 2004, which, by the way, was a record unprecedented season until 2005 hit, and you had Gene and Francis 2 miles apart. Besides that year, I'm trying to think, Mike, back in the 20 years you and I both have been at the Weather Channel practically, I don't think there's been another occurrence.
This close? No. And just such a short time span, too, Steph. Just a matter of 6 weeks between landfalls. It wasn't like you had an early season and a late season or something like that. These poor people in like Lake Charles, Cameron, still recovering from what happened with Laura, which was a Category 4. This is a Category 2, significantly weaker. That was a strengthening storm, a Category 4 at landfall, which did a significant amount of wind damage there. And so a lot of roofs had damage.
So, Mike, let's not just talk about what's happening here, because we want to show everyone what they're going to be dealing with. And as you look at the radar, we know that this was super front end loaded. Is it still looking like that? And how long do you think we'll continue to see that heavy rain on the north side?
It's going to be the whole thing's going to be north side loaded. You might start to see some more wrap in on the west and southwest side. But what's been really interesting, Stephanie, is that the highest winds by a significant margin have all been on the west side. A place like Port Arthur still gusting to 81 miles an hour. Lake Charles right now gusting to 79 miles an hour. Whereas you go over to, say, Lafayette or Baton Rouge, significantly weaker winds. I think what's happening is you're getting more interaction with an approaching trough on the western and northwestern side. So it's creating maybe a little bit more of a pressure gradient, or even getting a bit of a jet inflow there. So it's just interesting to see how what we typically see as the clean side of the storm is a lot more intense with the winds. Steph, great stuff there. Let's get over to Jim Cantori. He is on more of that eastern side. I know, Jim, now you're getting another band that's coming in there. This might be the last big band before you then get into the eye.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait it out. I can't believe Steph's not in it yet, which is kind of incredible. But, Mike, what's really weird is we're still getting gusts down at Lake Arthur, even where, they're kind of rain-free. That's about 80, 90 miles per hour. So even when folks get out of this rain, don't anticipate that things are just going to wind down, because, you're still talking about the potential for wind damage there. This is definitely the worst weather we've had by far. Landfall at 6. Now we're about 7. And this is, the rain that's come in. We just lost power probably about 8 minutes ago here. It flashed earlier on, but that's pretty much it in terms of the power. We've got power from our trucks and our generators that are lighting the shot behind me, so you can see what's going on. But clearly, the heaviest rain with this thing thus far continues to come on in. It's, of course, in sheets just rolling across the roads. It's earlier on, a lot of people out and about. When we had kind of the breaks in the rain, if you will. Now, not so much. TV crews, I see, police, fire, they've come by from time to time. And, of course, now everybody's in the dark, getting the worst of this as we work our way through the night. So, guys, just hunker down. It's going to be several more hours. As Mike said, we may get in the eye, but even on the south side of that, we may not have the rain, but we may have the wind again. We'll see. The whole thing is trying to decouple. There's a lot of wind, Mike, as you know, there's a lot of wind energy with these things. So they don't just go away, all right? And so they have to take a while to wind down, and so you can get these kind of gusts. But you broke my heart, man, when you talked about the 95-mile-an-hour gust at Lake Charles on the west side of the center. That's awful, because all those tarps. We had several reports of 60. We had sustained winds for a while in Lake Charles at 65 miles an hour. I mean, that's just doing a job on those tarps. And really, the whole story there, folks, obviously dealing with Laura 43 days ago, not being able to get shingles because of COVID. They just stopped production, essentially. So people are waiting on roofs, and some may have chosen to take the inside of their homes and start to do that, waiting on a new roof maybe coming next week or the week after. But now with this wind and the tarps being blown up, I mean, a lot of people are going to start over, and in some cases, maybe in a worse off situation than what they started with. So our hearts just going out for so many, thousands really of folks in the Lake Charles area. Some of them still here in Breaux Bridge, some of them in New Orleans, some of them, of course, west in Houston, Beaumont, Port Arthur, just taking refuge. We're over 250,000, by the way, now without power. 250,000 customers without power. A lot of those, obviously, in Louisiana. We're one of them now, joining just a few minutes ago here in Breaux Bridge. So can't see east, can't see north, can't see south, can't see off to the west. Just a couple of lights on, look like they're from generators, and of course the lights we have that we're powering by the generators that we have on our satellite trucks and our trucks that were operational in through here. So that's what we're looking at here in Breaux Bridge. Lots of heavy rain, rainfall rates, certainly the heaviest that we've seen. Stay off the roads, guys. Let it all go through. Let it move through. We'll be out of this certainly in the next 3-4 hours or so as the south side comes in. But some of you, again, as this winds down, don't be surprised, Mike, to get some gusts up to 90 miles per hour, even on the dry side of this.
Yeah, I think it's very possible. You know, one thing I'm certainly concerned about, Jim, when I look at how much rain is coming with the north side of the storm, is how many places will have really heavy rain and then potentially even some trees that come down with the gusts that come in, because a lot of these places had 6 to 8 inches of rain. So the soil is just loaded with water right now, and the root systems are weakened. All right, we've looked at Jennings, we've looked at Breaux Bridge. Let's take you to Lake Charles, and our Justin Michaels is there. Justin, describe the conditions you've had here over the last couple of hours and what they're like right now.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, we just got an update. 9.07 inches of rain has fallen in Lake Charles, Louisiana, because of now Category 1 Hurricane Delta. That is not good news, because this area was still really laid to waste by Laura just 43 days ago. There were enormous piles of debris all over Lake Charles, Louisiana. We've had 95-mile-per-hour gusts. The most recent was a 79-mile-per-hour gust. And what's that going to do? That's going to pick up that debris and disperse it all over the place. People who decided to go out in this storm, let's hope it was zero. Let's hope people stayed in, the ones who didn't evacuate. But those types of debris can turn into projectiles, which that can absolutely be deadly. We're standing here right along the banks of the Calcasieu River, and it looks like we have these two ominous eyes out there in the storm. Delta is looking at us, and you can see, well, what are those? Those are actually wells. Those are oil wells, and they light those on fire. And believe it or not, those are two burning eyes out there in the ethos beyond us and beyond the Calcasieu River. It's kind of eerie if you take a look behind me. But the scarier thing about this is the wind that has come through, the amount of rain that has come through, and the devastation that's being caused, the continued devastation. Jim was talking about the COVID effects here, people not being able to get roofing materials to repair their homes after Laura. That's going to be a huge issue. And I think that's a really good observation by Jim, that are they going to be significantly worse off after Delta here in Lake Charles than they were after Laura, because of how weakened the infrastructure and the homes and things were here after Laura, and not being able to repair as much as they'd like to? It's certainly a probability. We're going to be going out tomorrow to bring you stories from the ground here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, as people will undoubtedly decide to come back. And we do know tens of thousands of people evacuated yesterday, many people sitting in 8-10 hours of traffic just to head west, get to Houston, Texas, and get out of Dodge before Delta came, because the number one adjective we heard from people as this storm was approaching and they were getting that final gear and trying to get out of here was that they were scared. Laura scared them, and they didn't want to see what Delta had in store. They were scared enough to leave their homes and get out of here. So they're going to be coming back, and we're going to be talking to them over the coming days. We do know in Louisiana right now, we're pushing the 200,000 customer mark as far as power outages just in this state. 192,000 customers without power so far. More than 250,000 customers between Louisiana and Texas without power. And those numbers, every time I check, go up by tens of thousands every single time I check. It's going to be a tough go, and in fact, We just lost lights, the entire hotel, and our lights are without power. I'm sorry, you can't see me right now. Here they come back. And what happened right there was the generator for the hotel just kicked in. So power outages are a major problem here. Let's go right now to Jennings, Louisiana. That's where Stephanie Abrams is. I'll tell you what, Steph, the winds are whipping, the rain is continuing to come down, and even though we're on the western side of this thing, Delta has been a fierce storm in Lake Charles. Steph, to you now.
Yeah, you know what we're doing is I'm getting into our safe spot because you know it's dark and we're hearing things break, and we're not quite sure where it is. Or oh, there we go. Look at those. The boards came down, Matt. Do you see? Okay. Did it smash the window too? The window's smashed out. I can't tell from my perspective here. I have to walk across the street here. But you saw those boards. We were showing you how the windows are broken. Okay, the windows are broken to this business, and it had boards on it. So when we tell you that a Cat 2 does damage and is strong, this is what we're talking about. And those are the boards on the ground, guys. That's scraping. That's the sound we hear. Look at that right there. So we are now out of the worst of the weather, yet we're still seeing some debris get tossed about. And so this is why it is still dangerous. And we want to show you what it looked like during the height of the storm. This is the worst weather we have seen by far. Remember, this is a Category 2. So never let your guard down, even if you have a Category 2 making landfall. So there's some of the damage, and we've been right in the same vicinity all night and all day. You still hear some of that glass. I'm not sure if you can hear it breaking or not, but I don't see any significant structural damage. I don't have any to report at the moment. Now, has there been some, you know, in a neighborhood a little bit away from me? It's possible, right? Because this is what we're seeing. And remember, these were boards that were put up. And so it's unlucky that those crashed down, and you can hear the alarm going off. That's the alarm that has been sounding as well. We're getting into the eye, which usually is pretty calm, but again, because this hurricane is not a super well-defined hurricane, the eye is getting sheared apart. It's not going to be that perfect eye and seeing those clear skies. But let's talk about the pressure. I know you've been following along here. Matt, are you able to read this when I hold it up like this? You are. Okay, so I started my shift here at 5 p.m. Eastern time, and I checked my anemometer, and it read 991 millibars. And right now we're at 977, and the lowest pressure in the hurricane is 971. So this is a good indication that we are near that center or nearing it. It's pretty interesting to watch this continue to drop. Remember, we were just talking to Bettis, and we were in the 980 range. So it is dropping, it's continuing to do that. But because of all of the shear and it's weakening, we still are going to be a little bit breezy in the eye. And in fact, down to 976 here. Jim, this eye is pretty stretched out, and it's going to continue to get stretched out. Do you believe you'll get that eye in Bro Bridge? I have not had a chance to actually check out the radar for a bit.
No, I mean, we're getting what looks like is happening here is we're getting kind of the unraveling. You throw a stone in a pond and you see the wave ripple out from that stone. That's kind of what's happening. So we're seeing that, you know, that kind of an outer band of the eye wall come through Bro Bridge right now. It's knocked out power. And Steph, I don't know if you read this, as long as I still got you, there's been so much stuff, you know, the superlatives of the season, the storm are just ridiculous. Yeah. But I think, isn't sub 980 a record October low pressure for Louisiana? Did you remember reading anything like that?
I just confirm that. You know.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. We'll
no, yeah, I know. You're like me. I mean, we've read so many things.
We will do that shortly, quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll try and get that back to you guys. But I think something sub 80 is maybe a record low pressure for October in Louisiana. Either way, it's a nasty storm. It's got rain. It's got the wind that Steph went through with that northern eye wall. Well, it was still pretty solid. You know, some of the strongest winds where she was at Jennings and then back on the backside of Lake Charles. Finally a calm in Lake Arthur. So, Steph, there's promise coming your way from the south. All right, so hang in there. Right now, winds whipping through Breaux Bridge. We have lost power in through here, and we are now up over 250,000 customers without power. Most of these in the state of Louisiana, as Delta, the first hurricane with a Greek name, makes its way into the United States, landfalling right around 6 o'clock local time in Creole, Louisiana. What a year it's been there. Holy smoke.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
It's so good to see you guys. Hon, out here.
Are we on yet? I thought we were doing a Zoom thing.
Confused?
No.
Maybe you just need a Snickers.
Over the last century, we've seen tough times, this country and this company. But through it all, we've learned we're better when we come together. A family-led business with 260,000 people working together, employing more hourly workers and assembling more vehicles in America than any other automaker. We were built in America. That's why we build for America.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
And Doug. You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt you the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you want to show the world the good you do, Cheerios can help to feed the good inside of you. And in the morning, if you think your whole day is a flop, feed the good inside of you, cause it never stops. Cheerios.
If your credit card debt is out of control, if you're in over your head in monthly payments, there's a secret the credit card companies don't want you to know. If you have more than $10,000 in credit card debt, you have the right to let us settle that debt for a fraction of what you owe. That's bad news for the credit card companies, but it's great news for you. We're Credit Associates, and we're offering you free information on how to completely resolve your credit card debt with a monthly payment you can afford. To see how much you could save, call now. 1-800-952-6810. Don't declare bankruptcy. Don't consolidate. Give us 10 minutes and we could save you thousands. After all, we depend on your success and offer a guarantee so there's no risk to call. Credit Associates. Live better, debt-free. Find out how easy it is by calling now. For the secret the credit card companies don't want you to know, call Credit Associates now and see how much money you could save. For free, call 1-800-952-6810.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 60. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, partly cloudy. High 77. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly clear. Low 58. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And just like that, the rain and the wind are gone. All right, at least for the moment. So we'll see if that continues here in Breaux Bridge. It's interesting. I mean, we were getting hammered just a second ago, and go to a commercial break, come back 5 minutes later, and now it's gone. But what's really interesting is there's a lot more wind now without the rain than what we had earlier. And I was just talking to my buddy Forrest Masters, who's down in Cameron, Louisiana. He's still seeing winds of 85 to 90 miles per hour in the area where it's dry and there's no more radar echo showing up. So let's learn from that and realize that even when this goes by, we may still have some very, very strong winds. I mean, this is a deep low pressure. By the way, Mike Seidel cleared up the pressure question pretty quick. Mike is like one of the best statisticians I've ever met in my life. He gets stuff like nobody I've ever met before in my life. So what he got was Hilda on October 3rd, 1954, with a pressure of 950 millibars. So that's the lowest October pressure for Louisiana. It will not be this 970, whatever it's going to be verified as with Delta. So either way you slice it, we're still dealing with a hurricane tonight. In this case, we're dry at the moment here in Breaux Bridge. Lost power about 7 o'clock. Landfall officially, guys, if you're just joining us on the Weather Channel, Creole, Louisiana, about 6 o'clock local time. So Mike Bettis, kind of amazing where some of the highest wind gusts that we've seen, 96, Lake Arthur, not surprised because that was the northern eye wall. But how about Lake Charles at 95 on the west side?
What's interesting, I'm trying to figure out, Jim, why this happened is what I'm looking at, upper levels here. The only thing I can find here is we've got a little bit of a maximum wind at 850 millibars, okay? So we go up a couple thousand feet, and right on the western side, maybe interacting with the western side, we're getting a pretty decent north to south wind at 850 millibars. So there might be some interaction going on there that's creating these surface winds that are pretty intense on that side, whereas we don't have that on the eastern side where you are.
No, it's amazing. I mean, because I really think like I was talking about with the stone and the rock earlier, the wave ripples out. I think that's what kind of happened out of the eye wall and through here. But holy smoke, I mean, we are just dead calm right now, Mike. This is
I think you're done,
weird,
Jim.
Actually,
I think you're done with the rain. I think you might get a few spits of drizzle, and I think it's all lifting north of I-10 now. For you in Lafayette, in Jennings, Lake Charles, I think might be the last spot where the rain ends, but I think most of it is ending now as it goes north.
And Bettis, to your credit, you called that. You said that we're all going to be kind of drying out together here, which is really odd, but that's how we placed it. Either way, Mike, I got that smell going on, sadly, which timber. So we've got some tree limbs certainly down. It's dark, can't see anything. We know we had a couple down earlier, but when that band came through, when that band came through, it was about 60, 70 mile an hour with the gust and the rain. So not surprising. We've got, certainly a little tree damage. I don't know the extent of it. I can just smell it with my nose. All right, let's go back to what is, I think, going to be the calling card of this storm. Amazingly, it's Lake Charles. So beaten, so battered, so bruised because of Laura. Now getting it again with this 95 mile per hour wind gust. Justin Michaels, what are you hearing in terms of the tarps, in terms of any kind of additional damage that's going on there? We saw the shot earlier with the daylight hours of the power pole down. What else can you tell us? What else can you add to the damage here?
There's a big gust right there, Jim. I'll tell you what we're hearing and what we're seeing on traffic maps is lots of roads in the area are showing up as red or black, meaning they're completely shut down. You have to believe there are probably some people out, and GPS systems are recording these roads as closed. So we have to know that there is probably debris. There are probably power lines. There's probably a ton of trouble across Lake Charles, Louisiana. Now remember, we went into this storm, Hurricane Delta, with hundreds and hundreds of millions of cubic yards of debris still left in this city. Even though they picked up 1.5 million cubic yards of debris, there's still so much left. Hundreds and thousands of piles of debris still to clean up. Some of them are taller than I am, and all of it is building material, trees, corrugated metal, you name it. This city was blanketed with it. So when you're talking 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 79-mile-per-hour wind gusts, sustained winds 30, 40, 50 miles per hour, all of that turns into projectiles and gets blown everywhere. And that's going to be a very dangerous, hopefully not deadly phenomenon here in Lake Charles as this storm rolls through. So what are we going to see tomorrow? We have to believe, well, the power's out. The power's out in our hotel. We have a generator in our hotel, thank goodness. But we have to believe the power will still be out. People are going to start to come back. We know that tens of thousands of people did evacuate. They headed west. Some people headed north. Some people headed west, getting out of Dodge and doing what they could to save themselves and get away from Delta because they had to live through Laura, and they said they were never going to do it again. So people are going to start to come back to assess the damage, and we have to believe that it's probably going to be worse this time around because of how weakened the state of things were here after Laura. Homes without roofs, blue tarps providing any kind of protection. Jim was talking about COVID and how the roofing industry was really hard hit, not producing asphalt shingles and all sorts of different things, so people couldn't repair their rooms depending on those blue tarps, and then Delta comes to town. So it's going to be a story here, and it's going to be a long haul as people still try to clean up after now two really bad hurricanes coming through Lake Charles, Louisiana. Two is too many. Two is too many, right? We know the power outages are running rampant all over the place. Now up over 300,000 customers without power in Texas and Louisiana. Louisiana has the most, about almost 220,000 customers without power, and those numbers are going to continue to go up as these winds blow. The rain continues to come down. Now more than 9 inches of rain here in Lake Charles. We're back after this with more coverage of Delta.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness. Consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Ah, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
America's biopharmaceutical companies have one very important thing in common.
A common enemy.
We're making great progress because we're collaborating in ways that we've never done before.
In a matter of weeks, we've progressed from potential treatments
to antibodies and antivirals that have shown positive results.
To several promising vaccine candidates.
Because science
is how we get back to normal.
My life is just getting started.
There are empty rooms.
But it turns out fate had something else in store for me.
Please come back to me.
I knew what I had to do.
I will always love you.
Two Hearts, PG-13.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves.
Can you believe all the Ings we fit under one roof? We're here to help your small business any way we can. Every Ing for small business, all in one place.
The UPS store.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. For Eduardo Perez, it drove him to thrive in his search for a better life. Immigrating from Guatemala at 18, he found work as a dishwasher, a line cook, sous chef, and eventually fought to the top of one of the most challenging professions in the world, proving that there is no challenge that can hold back a fighting spirit. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo. Brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
It's almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh.
Jaw-dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
The weather has calmed significantly here in Jennings, Louisiana, because we are getting to the center of the circulation. And we've been showing you for the last couple of hours that pressure dropping. The lowest pressure is right at the center of the storm, starting off at 991 millibars if you're just joining us. And now we're down to 976.4. This is the lowest it has been officially. They're at 971. That's the official reading, 971. So we're basically in the center of this thing, and it's not a well-defined center. So I'll take this at 974. The pressure could go a little bit lower, but overall we're there because the eye is really stretched out. And as you can see, we're in what we call a dirty eye. There's still some misting. I don't know if you can see if the camera picks up or not on the misting. And it's still a little bit breezy too. So this is not going to be a perfect eye where you look up, it's still cloudy. I'm trying to see if I can see any stars, but it's totally cloudy. So that's not what this system is. And that's good news because that means it was falling apart, but it was cranking out here. And we're going to show you that video of just how bad it was. Remember, this is a Category 2. Our wind gusts here topped out at 81 miles an hour. Lake Charles gusting to 95. Lake Arthur, which is to our south, 96. And here's what's wild. Texas Point, Texas, at the Wildlife Refuge, it has been confirmed a 100-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's the highest we've seen. And it's interesting because a lot of times when you talk about hurricanes, that energy gets wrapped around on the east side of the storm, and that's where you see the worst of the weather. We did see, the water go up in the Louisiana coast up to 8 feet, but it's been on the west side that they've been getting hammered. Let's go to the west side of the storm and check in with Charles Peak, who has been riding this out in Lake Charles, Louisiana. And Charles, how has the last hour or two gone for you guys?
Stephanie, I've been a little surprised being on the west side, but we've had continual strong winds and even some stronger gusts, blowing a lot of the debris around, the sheet metal down the streets. Power went completely out in downtown here about 15 minutes ago. So still a lot of impacts here.
Okay, so let's talk about the rainfall, because there's been a lot of rainfall. And in Lake Charles being on the west side, I would think the flooding that you guys got would be mainly from the rain that has come down.
Yes, Stephanie, most of what I've seen I would classify as flash flooding. This from rainfall in a lot of streets having a foot to 2 foot of water on them as I've been getting around.
Okay, so let's talk about the fact that there is a lot of tarps also on the roofs. Have you seen any homes? I know it's dark now, so I might be hard, Charles, but have you seen any homes that have lost their tarps?
Yes, Stephanie, throughout, even earlier this afternoon, you started having many of the tarps being ripped off, businesses having them come off. I saw a bunch of piles of what looked to be the foam siding that you would put on the side of a building, and all those were being blown over and into the road, and additional sheet metal, additional damage on the roads, poles coming down, power poles, power lines down. So they've had more additional damage here with this storm, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate too. Have you heard of any injuries or anyone needing to get rescued? Have you seen any emergency management out?
Now, Stephanie, for probably the last 3 hours, I've probably run across maybe 2 or 3 vehicles. Fortunately, nobody's out. I have not seen a single law enforcement or first responder out, so that's been good. Everybody's off the road.
That is good news, Charles. Thanks for that report. And we'll check back in with you as well. We want to go to Jim. And Jim, you know, I'm just getting a nice little gust right here. This eye, as we were talking about earlier, is a dirty eye, right? It's not a perfectly formed eye. But Jim, I don't know if you've been watching the pressure, if you have an anemometer with you. We're down to 975.8. So we're still dropping here in the center of circulation, which is elongated and getting ripped apart, and we're getting some upper level energy in it as well. So it's not this perfect scenario that we're used to. It's much more complicated with this system.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, that's another little surprise. Besides the west wind being so strong on this, getting the strongest winds on the west side of this thing, that surprised me, really, getting these kind of wind gusts. You hate to see that, that's for sure, because you know there's an issue somewhere. But we probably had 60-mile-per-hour gusts roll through here in Breaux Bridge, but it doesn't take much to cause the power to go out, and certainly a couple trees. You can smell it. You can smell limbs that are down through here. It's kind of amazing, too, Steph, that you're seeing the pressure still going down. You would think, you know, obviously as the storm comes in, it starts to fill a little bit. It's not happening as quickly as what we might think. Perhaps an explanation, or part of the explanation, as to why even in the dry side of this, we're getting wind gusts that are still as high, let's say down in Cameron and Vermilion Parish, still getting some 80s and 90s. So the moral of the story here for you, Stephanie, is maybe we'll see the winds pick up again, this time from a southwest flank coming into you. So we'll see. Either way, we're up without power here in Breaux Bridge. Mike Sedell says we haven't even gusted yet over 50 miles per hour at the airport in Lafayette, which is on the southeast side of the city. So, you know, that's, you know, big difference, obviously, in where you are in relation to that eye wall, which is, you know, continuing to collapse as it moves north. But there's a lot of wind energy with this. And now it's interacting with the mid-latitude jet that we get in fall. So, again, expect a lot more wind than what you might think. It's pretty low pressure, all right, coming ashore at 970 millibars. We'll be right back.
The first ingredient in this Cliff Bar is brown rice syrup, which is another name for sugar. In this Kind Bar, it's heart-healthy almonds with the taste of dark chocolate and 75% less sugar than the leading Cliff Bar. Be kind to yourself.
With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm will always be among the first to arrive and the last to leave, to help show that human nature is greater than nature. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Look at that scuffed up wall. Embarrassing you. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. Bear, exclusively at the Home Depot.
We believe in good we can all afford.
Sing it.
From make-believe made for everyone to a t-shirt that means the world.
This movie is really about people coming together, how you never really know what's around the corner.
You don't see how the two families are going to connect. And in the end, it's a total curveball.
Too hard. PG-13.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto is a heart failure medicine prescribed by most cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Heart failure can change the structure of your heart, so it may not work as well. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. And with a healthier heart, there's no telling where life may take you. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto for heart failure. And trust your heart to Entresto.
I'm not hungry! You're having one more bite! No! One more bite!
craft for the win-win. In today's market, deciding the right move is easier with the right advice. A personal financial advisor who understands you and the markets can help you make decisions today to reach your goals tomorrow. Ameriprise Financial.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Antarctic temporary coverage of Delta coming ashore 6 o'clock Central Time. First hurricane to make landfall with a Greek name, with the alphabet of the United States. Pretty amazing season it's been, and it's not over. You remember the whole season goes till November 30th. So it ain't done till it's done, right? So you're looking at live pictures from Charles Peak, who is in Lake Charles. And if you're just joining us, we've been talking about how the storm coming ashore near Creole, but we had so much wind on the west side of this. All right, Texas City, 100 miles an hour at the Texas Wildlife Refuge there, incredible. 95 at Lake Charles, worst case scenario. They had a couple of times where their winds were sustained over 60 miles per hour. And just imagine what that's doing to the thousands and thousands, or I should say what it's done to the thousands and thousands of tarps that are on people's roofs over there. So just a horrible situation. Charles mentioned he is seeing new power lines down. He is seeing new wires down and even new damage to report in the Lake Charles area. So certainly that may be the calling card of this. But Mike Bennis, let's talk about this. Speaking of Laura and the damage that caused, a similar storm surge as we kind of look at this time lapse of Vermilion Bay near Abbeville. Getting up to 8 feet.
Yeah, pretty interesting. We got record-setting surge that's happened for us here, actually eclipsing Ike. Now, Ike was a little bit different storm, hitting a little bit farther to the west over in Texas. But still, when you look at this water come up and you see it come and inundate the buildings here, then you also see the wave action that happens on top of that. But I think just the angle that it came in, the location, Jim, and really being right in the right front quadrant, I mean, the exact spot to maximize the surge, and this is what you get.
Well, you remember when this thing was a 3 and a 4, so it was pushing all that water up. We saw the buoy this morning, 42002, have a wave height of 33 feet. So, again, that water doesn't go away certainly as quickly as some of these other things.
No.
And you saw the result of a pretty high water rise there.
What I'd say what is super interesting about this, Jim, is it didn't even happen at high tide. Imagine if this had happened at high tide, which happens later on tonight, it'd have been even higher. Now I think we're going to start to see it back off a little bit as the storm comes ashore here, but it was pretty impressive to see, and now we've got a record setter in Louisiana.
Well, I got to tell you, Mike, this is kind of interesting. We're behind this thing with no precip now, but we're seeing so much leaf debris blowing around right now. I mean, there were some pretty good gusts when that little piece of the eye wall came through here. It's what pretty much kicked out the power. We don't have any rain. We are completely rain-free. A couple of drops here and there, but the wind is still kicking up, and you can smell, the timber. You can smell probably pine that's gone down here. And, just to remind everybody that we had historic timber damage to the state of Louisiana from Laura. And this is going to add to that. It's going to lay down the sugarcane. And I was talking to a sugarcane farmer earlier, Mike, and how he was telling me, how it's different from corn. The sugarcane will lay down in storms like this, but you can actually bring it back up and keep harvesting it. When the corn lays down, it's done. It's done.
Yeah.
So
it snaps.
A little bit of good news there.
I'm going to show people, Jim, and stay with me here because I'm going to show the radar because you're going to be really close to the eye. All right. I'm going to circle where Jim is. He's right here outside of Lafayette and Pro Bridge. But I'm also going to kind of outline about where the eye is. It's about right there. Okay. So the movement is going to be off in this direction. So Jim, you might actually stay in which is just bizarre. You might stay in a dry eye wall or just barely get in to the eastern eye of this thing. It's just really, really close, but it's just an oddball kind of storm tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, we do is on the way of collapsing. I mean, how do you deal with 60 knots of surge, Mike? I mean, that's what this thing got hit with, and that is going to cause big-time changes in the structure. But that wind energy, interesting to go through an eye wall with dry weather, but yet still some very, very gusty winds. And I think even when we get on the south side of this, and that's kind of a testament to this, even though the precip ends, we're still going to get some gusty winds out of this. They may not be as bad as the northern eye wall and certainly what Steph went through, but I still think it's enough to cause some additional power outages.
Oh, definitely.
All this
Jim.
obviously heading north toward the I-10 corridor.
You know, you think about how much rain we've saturated Louisiana with, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches of rain. So the ground is really soaked right now. Now you're still going to see gusty winds that are over 75 miles an hour. Easily, you're going to bring down some trees. You're going to snap some limbs. You're going to bring down some power lines. So I think we're going to have some power outages that'll extend beyond I-10. Could go maybe as far north as I-20 even.
I think you're right. I think you're right on that. There's a lot of wind energy with this. Hey, Mike, I want to bring in Steph because I want to see how it's changed for her. So we've really kind of spaced everybody out, folks, if you're joining us. I mean, Seidel's to my west in Scott. We've got Lake Charles obviously covered because of the big story there. Steph's about 38 miles to my southwest in Jennings. She got into that northern eye wall in the much higher winds. Steph, I want to ask you again because you were talking about your pressure was still coming down. Is that still the case?
So we're down 976, Jim, 0.0, just looking down. I had written down on my notepad 976.2. So it's jumping around 976.2, 976.0. So yes, we have dropped since I last spoke with you. But we're probably going to level out here. I don't know that we're going to see a more significant drop from that. But Jim, I want to also show the viewers behind us. Let me move out of the way so you can see what's happening. I don't want to block the light. This shop was boarded up. And somehow the wind got under the boards, ripped them off, broke all the glass in there. And you see that these gentlemen are here to board this back up. And so they are going to take care of that so that they don't obviously have anyone going into their shop and whatnot. The things are much calmer here, and our highest gust 81 miles per hour. But in and around Lake Charles, they are experiencing flooding. They've had a gust of 95 miles an hour. Flooding, power is out. Power is out to over 200,000 customers between Texas and Louisiana. We're going to take a quick break.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
So you said only we at Left Twix could put cookies and cream in Twix? This is a right Twix.
Excuse me.
Twix, cookies and cream.
Working and learning from home?
This is gonna be good.
They've totally got this. Because this family fuels up with Kellogg's Frosted Mini Wheats. 10 layers of whole wheat in every delicious bite. They're made to help fill you up.
It'll be all right.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it? Did you get that?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My life is just getting started.
There are empty rooms.
But it turns out fate had something else in store for me.
Please come back to me.
Out of this, I knew what I had to do.
I will always love you.
2 hearts, rated PG-13.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep them full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets.
When I started this commute, everyone said I was crazy. So 15 years ago, I got my first Subaru, and I did it anyway. My Outback always got me there. So when it was time, of course I got a new one. Because my kids still need me. And I need them.
Welcome to the 2020 Subaru Outback. The most reliable Outback ever. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select new 2020 models, now through November 2nd.
There's been much debate about the Mona Lisa smile. Would it have been bigger and brighter if she'd had good dental care? Maybe if Physicians Mutual Insurance Company had been around back then, it'd be a different story. She could have gone to the dentist more, knowing she'd have help paying the bills. And those regular checkups might have found early signs of tooth decay or gum disease, costly problems that could keep anyone from smiling. Physicians Mutual offers affordable coverage that can help pay for cleanings and unexpected or expensive procedures you might need, like crowns or dentures. This is real dental insurance, not just a discount plan or for checkups only. There are no deductibles and there's no annual maximum. Plus, you can see any dentist you want. Call or go online today for a free information kit from Physicians Mutual. Get the dental care you need to help you stay healthy. For your free information kit with all the details, call us now or go to sendinfokit.com.
It's almost unbelievable. This is real.
When your cameras roll,
this is something nobody can imagine.
Our experts react.
What do you do? Oh my gosh.
Jaw dropping.
Nope, 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 all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under sunny skies. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 60. Winds south-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, partly cloudy, high 77. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly clear, low 58. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thank you for staying with us as we continue to track Hurricane Delta live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where we now have a flash flood emergency in place. The National Weather Service just sent that across all of our cell phones. Power outages are running rampant here in Lake Charles and also across most of southwestern and southern Louisiana. More than 225,000 customers are without power in this state right now. More than 100,000 customers in Texas alone as well. So we're talking more than 325,000 customers without power, and we have to believe those numbers are going to continue to go up. The power is out in our hotel. We now have a portable generator. It is outside. It is not inside. If you're using a portable generator and you're listening to the sound of my voice, watching the Weather Channel, make sure that generator stays outside of your house, not even in your garage. It needs to be outside because you can have a catastrophic results if you don't do that. As far as what numbers here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, we have had a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust here today. That's the height of the storm and the number one that we've had, 95 miles per hour. We have more than 9 inches of rain has fallen here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. These are terrible numbers for this city that was already reeling because of 43 days ago, Hurricane Laura coming to shore, decimating this city, causing so much trouble. People haven't been able to get roofing supplies because of COVID. They're not making the shingles and the products they need to get these roofs put back up and get people back on their feet. So many people had blue tarps. We have video coming in from our fields here, or for our crews here in the field safely. They captured video before the sun went down of blue tarps flapping in the wind and lots of trouble around Lake Charles, Louisiana. We do know that tens of thousands of people evacuated Lake Charles because of fear. They were scared of what Delta might bring, so they headed west all the way to Houston, Texas, to try to get away from this storm. We know tomorrow morning, after the effects of this storm have pushed off to the northeast, we know people are going to want to come back and reassess. What are they going to find? Well, Lake Charles, they were able to clear more than 1.54 million cubic yards of debris out of this city in the last 6 weeks, but there was still so much more to clean up. And now we have insult to injury, Delta coming to town and possibly laying another major blow. We know it's going to be pretty bad as we head out tomorrow. Our crew is going to be doing storytelling across Lake Charles and this entire region as the stories are going to be really horrible. People are going to come back and find out that all the progress maybe they made over the last 6 weeks was completely wiped away as Delta came through. The winds have been intense. The rain rates are intense. We have that flash flood emergency in place right now in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and Steph in Jennings, Louisiana. I can tell you, Steph, conditions here, they might have inched a little bit better, but we are still getting intense rain and intense gusts of wind coming through here. We're on the western side of the storm, which is typically not as bad as the eastern side of the storm. But I'll tell you, Steph, it is no day in the park here in Lake Charles.
So let's talk more about, you were saying inches, and actually we're measuring in feet now when it comes to this storm, just to the east of Lake Charles, where Justin is located. We have the Calcasieu police reporting a rain gauge, 16.5 inches of rain. In Lake Charles, a daily record of 9.07, and there's more falling, as you can see in those live shots.
After pile, street after street, all across Lake Charles, debris that was not picked up between Laura and Delta. That's not because Lake Charles was delinquent in their work. They picked up 1.5 million cubic yards of debris in just 6 weeks, but there is still so much more to pick up, and so many dangers if you were going out this evening. And the number one thing you can do is not go out tonight. Stay indoors. Wait for this storm to completely push off to the northeast. And we know there's probably going to be a mass return tomorrow as people coming back from the west, coming back from Houston and other points west, are going to want to come back to their homes and their businesses and see what exactly happened here because of Delta. We know so many people left because they were scared. Now they're going to want to come back, reassess, and try to figure out how to move on now again after another hurricane, Laura and Delta. So we're right along the Calcasieu River. I know it's difficult for you to see it back there. Lake Charles itself is not far from where I'm standing. Off to my left, your screen right, is Lake Charles right up there, the actual body of water. And the city is basically also off to your screen right as people will eventually come back in. The east is that way. So, Steph, I'll tell you what, someone else to the east, Stephanie Abrams, Steph in Jennings, Louisiana. The wind, Steph, my goodness gracious, are they still whipping around here in Lake Charles? The rain is still coming down. I'll tell you what, it's time for a reprieve here in Lake Charles. We know it's coming, but it can't come soon enough, Stephanie Abrams.
Yeah, we've gotten that little bit of a break here. I mean, much different than just a couple hours ago when we were in the eye wall. And we're going to be able to show you what it was like to go through the eye wall. And it can just remind you that when we say there's a hurricane coming, it doesn't matter if it's Cat 1, Cat 2, or if you are in the eye wall, you will get damage. Right around us here, we don't have a lot of structural damage. There were some boards that went flying and stop signs and whatnot. We had our wind gusts to 81 miles an hour. There's no significant flooding that I can see. Now, in western Jefferson Parish, there is a flash flood emergency. Also, eastern Calcasieu, they're in a flash flood emergency. 4 to 10 inches of rain. And I want to bring in Jim Cantor to talk about the rain totals. Jim, we're just starting to get some in. We got a report here. I wrote it down to make sure I have it right. 16.5 inches. The Calcasieu police jury there, just east of Lake Charles. They said that was on a rain gauge. I believe that because in Lake Charles, they're still getting rain, Jim. I don't know if you've heard these numbers yet. 9.07 so far in Lake Charles. And so it wouldn't be out of the question to have that 16.5 just east of Lake Charles, since the flash flood emergency is 4 to 10, another 2 to 6 could fall.
We got to buy into that, Stephen, and I would, but that's a lot of rainfall, no question about it. We've certainly got flash flooding all over the place, which is now expanding up toward Alexandria. We're still gusting here, very different. It's not like this persistent wind out of one direction. I mean, the wind literally comes and goes. It swirls around here through Breaux Bridge and then moves on. All right. Sometimes we'll get a little splits of rain, but otherwise, it's really like leaf debris, tons of leaf debris just kind of coming down the road here. I don't know what's going on here, guys, but we had about 7 police cars just race by us here, which is up toward the interstate there. Not really sure what's going on. Hopefully we'll find out. Hopefully it's nothing super serious. But, when 7 cars go rolling by you and a fire truck, it can't be good. We got word of a friend of mine who's actually here working with us that the old house he grew up in had a huge oak tree fall on it. So there are, gusts up here, 60, 70 miles an hour that are taking down, trees. And it's the type of kind of just this pushing and building of the wind, Steph, that we're worried about. That certainly could continue tonight. And I'm really surprised, certainly even as dry as we are, a lot of this wind energy continues tonight. I want to bring in Dr. Rick Knapp, our hurricane expert, to talk a little bit about this. Rick, are you surprised to see some of the strongest gusts on the west side of this or not?
Well, Jim, this has always been a symmetric kind of system, kind of surprisingly in some ways. But, when you got a large hurricane like this, it doesn't necessarily, have a lot of one-sidedness. But in terms of one-sidedness, though, isn't it interesting how it has been kind of front-loaded because of the wind shear today?
Right.
That shear has kind of pushed a lot of the weather kind of upstream. And since it's kind of doing that in the same direction, both northwest and northeast, then I think that kind of evens the playing field for what the north half of the hurricane looks like.
Yeah, and that certainly makes sense. As you know, Dr. Dad, they're all different, and they all present learning situations for all of us, to kind of, now I see that. Sometimes in post, you go in and you certainly see things like that. Guys, just to recap with you, if you're just joining us this evening, we know a lot of viewers certainly come and go. Landfall 6 o'clock near Creole. We've had winds in Lake Charles, sadly, at 95 miles an hour, many sustained winds over 60. We heard from Charles Peak earlier. He has seen tarps ripped off of people's roofs, thousands of tarps obviously there as they wait for shingles and wait for a repaired roof, which because of COVID is not happening. If you don't make the shingles, you can't put the shingles on the roof, right? And that's really one of the big issues there. And I'm wondering, certainly a lot of people that may have said, all right, well, I'm getting my roof maybe in 2 weeks. Let's start the inside project. Let's start fixing the inside where their tarp was over the roof, and now because of this, maybe missing it or maybe loosened, and may have, certainly put the house again in harm's way by getting water back inside, because we've had almost 10 inches of rain in Lake Charles, for goodness sake, on the western side of this. So incredible. Still very, very breezy, windy. We haven't had any persistent rain here in Breaux Bridge for hours, but we can hear the wind certainly howling through. We lost power about an hour after landfall, about 7 o'clock local time here in Breaux Bridge. But we really got what I think we were expecting here. A little surprising, like I was talking about with Dr. Knapp, certainly on the western side of this, and we're not done. And the system's still elongating and pushing up through much of Louisiana. We've got about 330,000 customers now without power between Texas and into Louisiana as well. So those numbers certainly have a chance of going up with the kind of wind, even in these dry areas, going to be very tough to get those buckets out. I'm sure a lot of these folks are going to wait till first light to get out, and then the winds start to die down a little bit because they're much too strong right now to get even near a bucket. So we'll keep you posted here from Breaux Bridge in Louisiana. Justin, let me know where I'm going here from this point on. But right now we are without power. And Dr. Now let's go ahead and get an update actually on where this thing stands, where you think the center may be. Steph was talking earlier about how the pressure was still going down where she is. Do you think the actual center of this is by Jennings, or is it just kind of this elongated low pressure blob at this point?
I mean, that's the thing. It really is becoming a broad system. In fact, even the radius of maximum winds on the right-hand side and the whole storm surge component was very broad. This is not the focused kind of circulation that it was over the center of the Gulf of Mexico. Still a hurricane for the moment, but it'll be weakening wind-wise relatively quickly, but not quick enough to save northern Louisiana and western Mississippi from a lot of really gusty winds. And I wanted to highlight again what has happened storm surge wise. We had the forecast from the Hurricane Center of 7 to 11 feet above normally dry ground there along the central portions of the Louisiana coastline, and that definitely seems to have happened. Now, right now, we can't get observations from the freshwater canal locks because communications went down and that isn't reporting anymore. However, we do know that earlier it got above 8 feet, highest that gauge has ever reported in terms of storm surge, higher than what it got in Ike. And higher than what it got in Laura. So every storm is different, isn't it? Calcasieu Pass got to 5.5 feet above normally dry ground. Now, when you look at where this all happened relative to what happened in Laura, remember that we had the landfall of the center at Calcasieu Pass. But in this particular case, we had the landfall of Delta at the same place where this 17-foot storm surge flooding was reported in Laura, where the radius of maximum winds was. So Delta came in farther to the east, and that created storm surge that was higher to the east as compared to where the highest storm surge was in Laura. And of course, this is a weaker system, so the peak surge isn't as high, but I think we're going to get something near 10 feet. But out to the east, way out to the east, 50 miles away from the circulation center, we got over 8 feet. And I think somewhere between Grand Chenier and the landfall location of Creole, we got probably something near 10 feet. And part of the reason why we got as much storm surge flooding as we did is that low tide was earlier in the afternoon, and we're headed into high tide. So we're kind of between low and high tide when all that happened. So it's a significant storm surge. And as the winds come in, then we're going to get a lot of power outages. But in the meantime, all that wind going inland is going in with a lot of rain, where we've had over a foot of rain just east of Lake Charles, and where our Justin Michaels is in Lake Charles, we've got the flash flood emergency. This is a really significant event. It's a little different than Laura. Not as much wind, but maybe a little more rain-induced flooding, Justin.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, that's a big concern, Dr. Knapp, as people will eventually be coming back here over the next probably 24 hours. I would imagine tomorrow morning people are going to wake up and say, we're going back, because of how much progress they were trying to make over the last 43 days since Laura. Now, Delta probably wiping a lot of that away. I hope I'm wrong. But we're going to get into the city tomorrow and start talking to people about what they're seeing. Let me show you a little bit of improvement. Let's find the silver linings where we can, right? We are getting better and better visibility. Take a look at all the refineries across the Calcasieu River. We can now see them. Earlier today, it was a complete whiteout. So we're getting a little bit better visibility, but the winds are still strong. The rain is still coming down. Let's get on the phone right now and actually talk to Charles Peak. Charles, I know we probably have some video images coming from your camera. Tell me, Charles, people have reached out to me on social media asking about some of your images about water on the roads. How deep is the water that you've seen? I know you're not driving through it or walking through it, but how any way to gauge what you're seeing?
Yeah, Justin, in quite a few areas, you've got water on the roads as deep as 2 foot, 2.5 foot. I would say more broadly about a foot deep or so, but you know, in the low-lying areas, I was a little surprised that you could have it that deep. But fortunately, Justin, I mean, there's almost nobody on the roads except me, so that's a good thing. As bad as that is, people aren't out here that accidentally driving into something and get themselves in trouble.
That is good news, Charles. Now tell me, as you're moving around, I've seen images coming in from our Robert Ray. He's been out storytelling this afternoon. We see the blue tarps flapping in the wind. I know you've seen that and documented that. What are you seeing? Because you know people have in their minds about what their houses were like after Laura, any progress they may have made, and wondering, did it all get wiped away? What are you seeing on the ground as you move around?
Justin, it's going to be a case-by-case basis. In some of them, the tarps were completely ripped off, is what I saw. In other cases, they were completely intact. So I would say more of them intact than not. At least that's what I saw before it got dark, when it's harder to see. In the last few hours, we've had it get stronger and more sheet metal blowing around and those types of things as we had some strong gusts. But the good thing, like you were just talking about, Justin, the rain is letting up. The winds aren't quite as strong as we had earlier, although there's still some strong gusts. But things look like they're going to be improving over the next few hours.
Well, and Charles, you brought that up, that metal blowing around. I know you've been driving around here for days. We were out the last couple of days driving around. Those enormous piles of debris left over from Laura, even though the city did yeoman's work cleaning it up, 1.5 million cubic yards cleaned up over the last 6 weeks. There was still so much more to do. Are you seeing that debris spread across Lake Charles?
Yes, sir. In some of it, but it's been the lighter. I was honestly, and we talked about it, I was worried about those tree limbs and stuff becoming projectiles. Yeah. And very little of that did I see. It's been more of the sheet metal, the lighter things, even with those stronger winds. So in that particular situation, from what I've seen, it's been better than what we were fearing.
Oh, thank goodness for that. All right, Charles Peak, please, please, please be safe as you cruise around. These are still dangerous conditions, folks. Charles is out in them to document them, but he is doing everything he can for his safety, as we all are here on the Weather Channel. Our team of 4 people, Mark Whaley, Daniel Lapham, and also Steve Dresner, they are staying safe. I am staying safe. We all go in. Safety is key. Make sure you're making good decisions, especially when you come back. The Weather Channel is coming back live right after this.
You want to walk?
Come on, Tucker, let's go.
Tuck. Want to walk, boy?
Tucker, you want to go out?
When the whole family needs an excuse to get out, Nutro's clean recipe will help your dog keep up.
I'm not hungry. You're having one more bite. No, one more bite. Who can say why
Craft for the win-win. Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table, where new normals are created and where you watch them grow up. Here, simple whole grains are easy to enjoy. So grab life by the spoon or cup and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
A woman who was young had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a bracelet that had the names of her children. She asked me, "Doctor, am I going to be okay?" And I could not give her the answer that I wanted to give her. There's no excuse for why we don't have this under control at this point. Joe Biden listens to medical experts. He actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
Look, Limu! Someone out there needs help customizing their car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so they only pay for what they need.
False alarm. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Introducing Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, the first full prescription strength non-steroidal anti-inflammatory gel available over the counter. Voltaren is powerful arthritis pain relief in a gel. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Right now, AARP's work is more important than ever. We hear older Americans loud and clear, and that's why we fight for what they and their families need. Access to health care, affordable prescription drugs, opportunities to save for the future, ending age discrimination, a healthy, financially secure, fulfilling life. That's what AARP fights for, because that's what everyone deserves. Join us in fighting for what's right.
When your hands hurt, you can't function. Until now, introducing the new CopperFit compression gloves with Sure Grip technology to give you more power, more control, and more agility than ever. Copper-infused compression fabric woven into an ultra-lightweight performance glove that supports relief and recovery of sore muscles and painful joint stiffness. And new Sure Grip bands built in provide a strong, non-slip grip.
They relieve my pain. The support or whatever magic these things do, I don't know what it is. It doesn't matter to me what it is. It works.
Relief from painful muscle and joint soreness. Guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-393-1472 or on the web at getcopperfitgloves.com for only $19.99. Order right now and your shipping is free.
While I'm wearing this, I do not have any pain. I can use it on the keyboard. I can use my phone. I love this glove.
Ask for it by name. CopperFit compression gloves.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. Low 60. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, sun and a few passing clouds. High 78. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly clear skies. Low 59. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we are here now in the center of circulation, and I want to bring in the mayor of Jennings, Henry Gwynn, who is joining us, and he's just getting out and about and find out what information he has about the town. So what is the latest that you know?
Right now, we're in search and rescue. Y'all see me tonight because we had an accident on Main Street. Good friend of mine, Rusty Saunier. Glass broke, boards blown out everywhere. We really needed to come in and help them out and get that secured.
So how about tree damage on your way over here? Did you see any tree damage?
There is some significant trees down throughout Jennings. We don't have a confirmed count just yet. We're in the early stages of search and rescue. Fire department is getting significant phone calls for trees on homes, people isolated and need some help. So we're in full-blown search and rescue.
And how about power outages? Is it out in all of Jennings, or is it spotty that you know of?
It's isolated right now. There are some more significant areas than others, but I'd say roughly 50% of the town is without power right now.
What does the next 24 to 48 hours look like in Jennings?
Right now, it's safety first. First, we want to make sure that all our residents are safe. We want to get to them. The wind has died down significantly, so it'll allow us the opportunity to do that. The next 24 hours, once daylight breaks, we're going to start the actual physical damage to facilities, kind of go from there.
Okay, let's talk about Laura real quick, because it seemed that your town took this very seriously. Do you think Laura coming in just a month and a half ago had something to do with that?
I think it was fresh on everybody's minds. Obviously, with the sheriff and the OAP director issuing a mandatory evacuation, kind of resonated with our residents. Our residents have been through this before. This isn't their first rodeo. So they know what to do. We're in a very close-knit community. Everybody knows everybody. That's why you saw such a quick response once y'all put Blackwater on TV. So it's good. We're in a good place. Again, we want everybody to be safe. So we're going to start that search and rescue right now.
All right, Mayor, we certainly appreciate you coming on and coming out here, standing in the rain for us. We really appreciate that. And, the thing is Jim, this town, as Henry was saying, it's just a close-knit neighborhood. And I don't know if you saw earlier, but essentially the business across the street from us, somehow their boards got ripped off and the glass broke out. And I'm telling you, they saw it on the Weather Channel. And Jim, literally trucks just zoom right into it, and it's all boarded up again. Right. And we see that in these communities, and it's one of the most touching things after you've been through horrific weather to see these communities jump in like this. And the guy who owns it, by the way, is out of town, saw it on the Weather Channel, and his friends just came over and boarded the place right up.
Stephanie, as you and I both one of these days put our careers to bed, I think we will both look back at all the wonderful people we've met along the way that have shared information, shared food, a conversation, anything like that. And it, certainly warms my heart, and I'm sure yours, just the wonderful people that we come across out here in the field. Your situation that you're describing is certainly one example in so many out there that we continue to see. So many of these we don't even get to show you. So it's amazing, really, guys, and I'll never forget that as long as I live, especially here in Breaux Bridge. We're getting through it. We'll continue to get through it tonight. We've lost power as well as like Steph. We did not get the kind of wind she did. She was in the northern eye wall. We were east of that. We got a little ripple of that. So in other words, if you take a stone and you throw it in the pond, that ripple comes out. That's what we got. We got the ripple. She got the true, collapsing eye wall right over her. And as you kind of look down behind me here, it's been interesting to kind of watch this sign, this antique sign, because you can hear it. When you wave metal like that and slap metal around, I mean, you can really hear that thing. And when it was dark earlier, before we lit it, with our generators and our lights we have here, you were kind of wondering where it was going to wind up, really. But so far, so good. I mean, I cannot see. Steph's talking about the kind of damage that she had. I cannot see any kind of structural damage, at least here in this four corner. But I will tell you right now, my producer, Mike Fomal, was driving down the road, and there's tree branches coming down, wind. You can smell there is tree damage. I mean, it's just very, very apparent. There's leaf debris just kind of floating down the road from time to time. But we've really been void of any heavy rain now for about an hour. So, good news in that regard. But amazing, some of the reports that we're getting in out of Cameron Parish in Iowa, I think it's called Iowa, 16.51 inches of rain. So incredible. Lake Charles itself, almost 10 inches now, if not at that or more. So lots of rainfall heading up toward Alexandria, heading up into West Tennessee or west parts of Mississippi as well, and West Tennessee, and into southeast Arkansas. All this is moving north. We won't have the wind energy with it, but there'll be enough. So we do anticipate some sporadic power outages as this all kind of moves toward the north. Here in Breaux Bridge, we are without power as far as the eye can see. East, north, south, and west, all the way to the interstate for that matter. So tomorrow is going to be the day that a lot of those power outages now up roughly around 330,000. And that was about 20 minutes ago when I last heard that. So that's 330,000 customers. With the kind of wind that we have here, and of course the night, you're not going to see much happen. So just kind of hunker down here. It's going to be a night in the dark for many, and unfortunately a night continuing in the dark, as Justin's been talking about back in Lake Charles, where this area hit very hard with 95-mile-per-hour winds. Really shocked to see Texas Point, right there on the border between Louisiana and Texas, and then the wildlife refuge, come in with a 100-mile-an-hour wind gust. Just incredible. So we did not have the rain. We have not had the 9 inches of rain, maybe 2-3 inches of rain through here. Settle was telling me we got Lafayette at the airport, gusting at 59 miles per hour. We've had a little bit stronger, certainly here. I think upwards 60, 70 a couple of times, especially when that squall came through. But otherwise, again, no visible damage at this point. It is also completely dark. And the winds, maybe a little bit, I guess in the last 10 minutes, dying down. But then occasionally you get a big gust, upwards of 50 miles per hour. And that's, going to certainly add insult to injury in through here. Guys, much more to come as we continue to cover Delta, the first D storm in the Greek alphabet to come ashore.
You've saved me so much on my insurance with that Russell rate. You become my muse.
Russell, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
I feel like I captured your kind eyes.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome to the Quaker Breakfast Table. Here, there's a seat for everyone and delicious whole grains to enjoy your way. So grab life by the cup or bowl and nourish it. Quaker Oats.
You're strong. You power through chronic migraine. 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. So if you haven't tried Botox for your chronic migraine, check with your doctor if Botox is right for you and if samples are available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
95% of patients may pay as little as $0 for Botox, so text to see how you can save. Botox is the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So ask your doctor about Botox today.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows
You waited. I got all the seasons.
for as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouthwatering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
This Beneful Simple Goodness is amazing. Meaty morsels, a tender texture with real meat, and a blend of peas and carrots I can see.
Beneful Simple Goodness. Or try these recipes with no artificial preservatives.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin. When a hailstorm hit, he needed his insurance to get it done right away. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good, we may run out of cheese.
It's almost unbelievable this is real.
When your cameras roll,
This is something nobody can imagine.
our experts react.
What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Jaw-dropping.
Nope, all the way back home.
It doesn't get better than this.
Don't miss all new episodes of Weather Gone Viral, Sunday nights at 9, here on the Weather Channel. Get your daily dose of everything weather.
Wow! Boy, do we have a lot to talk about.
Weather Today from the Weather Channel. New episodes every day, only on Quibi.
Good evening from Lake Charles, Louisiana. I'm Justin Michaels, live for you here tonight as we're continuing to track Hurricane Delta, really causing a lot of problems across Lake Charles, Louisiana. Speaking of a Charles, take a look at Charles Peak. He has some video off to my side here, and he's driving around, doing it very safely as he can, not driving through floodwaters and being very careful, but bringing us the images to document what's actually happening in Lake Charles, Louisiana right now, as Delta is continuing to pack quite a punch with intense winds. As we look at the conditions changing, oh my gosh, as we look at, that scared me, as we look at the conditions changing, the rain is starting to slowly stop. And an example of that I can show you, you can see the oil refineries off across Calcasieu River here. We can finally see them. Earlier today, completely whited out. So it's nice to be able to see the conditions getting a little bit better. We also do know that there is flooding across the city on roadways, including I-210. If you're not familiar with the lay of the roads here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, you have I-10 that runs east and west, but there's a business route that connects in the east or west and kind of goes to the south side of the city and then back up again. That is I-210. It's kind of the main thoroughfare for people to get around this neck of the woods. We do know that that has water on it. Luckily, from Charles Peak's reporting, he hasn't really seen anybody out. That's the best news we can probably have for you all night here on the Weather Channel, is the fact that people have heeded the warnings Anyone who didn't evacuate is staying in, but we do know tens of thousands of people did head west to evacuate Lake Charles, Louisiana. Because remember, this is a city that dealt with Laura 43 days ago. Now we have Delta today, and we have to believe that a lot of the work and the repairs that were made over the last 43 days between these two hurricanes may have just been blown or washed away. We hope that's not the case for the majority of people, but you have to believe when this storm came ashore and was packing Category 2 force winds that there's going to be damage here. And there was already so much damage after Laura. So we're going to continue to track this. We're going to continue to tell you the stories we can. Our crew is going to be out covering this live for you tomorrow to bring you the stories here in Lake Charles, Louisiana. How are people recovering after two really bad hurricanes in 6 weeks? I can't imagine what they're living through, but we're going to tell you those stories in the days to come. I'll tell you what, these wind gusts are really, really intense as they're whipping through here. All right, so we're going to send it back into Dr. Rick Knabb, of course, the former director of the National Hurricane Center. Dr. Knabb, you know something, thing or two about hurricanes. As far as us being on the southwest side of this storm, Dr. Knabb, I know you can see this. It is still blowing hard out here as far as these winds associated with Delta. How much longer is this weather going to last as it continues to push off to the northeast?
It's going to be a few more hours before you stop getting the tropical storm force wind gusts because, while it is a front-loaded system, you still got a pretty significant low pressure area, and it's going to take a while for that to get far enough north that the gustiness subsides. But the front side, I think, was worse than the backside will be, at least in terms of the duration and the heavy rainfall. Let's take a look at what the ramifications of some of these winds have been, in addition to the damage that can be caused. A lot of power outages, especially in the Lake Charles area and southeast Texas, and they're spreading northward, getting up into the Alexandria area, and that will continue to spread northward as the system moves inland. And maybe all the way up to Memphis, Tennessee, we could see some sporadic power outages. Look at up in Alexandria, gusting near 60 miles an hour recently. Baton Rouge still gusting to 44, and that western side has been pretty potent. Port Arthur still gusting over 30 miles an hour. But you see how front-loaded this is. So the front side of it has a lot more rain and wind, and so we've had a lot of rain already, even though a lot of you haven't even come close to seeing the center of circulation. The center of action in terms of the heavy rainfall has been on the front side of this, and in fact, look at all the heavy rain totals that are over a foot estimated by the radar up by Alexandria, and then down in the Lake Charles area, we zoom in there, look in the Iowa area just to the east of there, the actual gauge measured over 16 inches in there, and the radar over a large area approaching a foot. So it's the volume of water that's fallen in that area, and that's why we've got this flash flood emergency for a large area in the Lake Charles, Crowley, and Sulphur areas. We've had numerous reports of water-covered roads throughout the Lake Charles area, even homes getting some flooding in the Moss Bluff area. So, so many reasons not to be out on the roads tonight. And this problem of the flooding is spreading northward. We do have a flash flood warning that's in effect for Bunkie and Alexandria, all along the I-49 corridor going up from I-10. Increasing problems on the roads is what we can expect. This warning goes till 2 o'clock in the morning local time, but some kind of warning might have to be extended beyond that time. And again, look at the radar estimates of over a foot of rain, and that's over a relatively large area where we've gotten at least 8 inches. So again, volume of water falling into this area, and it's still coming down really hard. These are hourly rainfall rates, radar estimating more than 3 inches per hour. So our team of meteorologists, not just at the coast, but inland as well, covering every aspect of Delta. Please stay with us as our coverage continues.
Okay, Limu, you said it. Then as I spike it, I'll tell them how Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance, so they only pay for what they need. Got it?
Did you get that? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I have to fill up my gas tank twice just to see my parents.
Stop.
Saving money on gas from Walmart would allow us to see them more often. I love that.
Sensitive skin?
Cetaphil Moisturizing Cream with 24-hour moisture lock formula gives continuous soothing relief for dry, sensitive skin. Cetaphil skin is healthy skin.
This movie is really about people coming together, how you never really know what's around the corner.
You don't see how the two families are going to connect. And in the end, it's a total curveball.
Too hard. PG-13. What started out as a better floor liner for your car turned into even more superior ways to protect the inside and outside of your vehicle. That led to enhanced ways to protect your home and to keep your pets safe. Next came the best ways to secure and protect your phone. But the most important things worth protecting are American jobs. WeatherTech, made right in America.
As your uncle, I want you to know that on the road of life, there will be rough spots, and they will chew up your tires. I recently took a road trip to Greensville to attend a chili cook-off. Rough roads all the way down. I drove there on these Cooper Discoverer Duramax tires. You know, they're made with the durability of off-road tires, but for on-road driving. Without them, we might never know the winning bean-to-meat ratio of a good chili. And those are the things in life, my friend, worth driving towards. So go with the Coopers. Cooper! I'm hungry now.
With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every day.
Objection! My credit card doesn't earn double miles on every purchase.
I object to your objection. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase.
Order.
And may it please the court, earn 100,000 bonus miles when you spend $20,000 in your first year.
I'll allow it.
No further questions, Your Honor. Well, just one. What's in your wallet?
These days, we need each other more than ever. That's why AARP created Community Connections, an online tool to find or create a mutual aid group, get help, or help those in need. Stay connected with AARP.
Only Dish has the Hopper, TV's most powerful DVR.
Look who's here.
It holds up to 2,000 hours of your favorite shows
You waited. I got all the seasons.
for as long as you need them. Dish, tuned in to you.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network,
We've got a severe weather threat.
Winds have been gusting the full force of this thing.
the Weather Channel.
Guys, Delta continuing to work its way slowly on off to the northeast. They're slowing up anyway because the rainfall has just been intense. Alexandria down again just to the north of I-10. Now back still in toward the Lake Charles area and across southeast Texas, as Dr. Nab was talking about. And we still got a lot of wind with this thing. Essentially, there's no real eye. There's no circulation center to speak of. It's all collapsed, and it's just one big windy blob right now rolling around. And heck, we even get gusts here where we've been dry now for about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes of 50, 60 miles an hour. Seidel just told me that Lafayette Airport is gusted at 75 miles an hour. All right, they didn't even have any rain. So, I mean, they had rain earlier, but out of the rain, they already gusted to 75. So that's pretty good. There's a lot of strong winds behind this thing. And the other thing I'm seeing is a lot of cars that have been coming out now that the rain has stopped. Be careful, guys. You're still going to get trees and power lines down potentially with the kind of winds that we're getting. They're just as strong now, at least here, than when we got earlier. We've had a couple of 60, 70 5-mile-per-hour gusts as well, because all that has kind of rippled up through Lafayette. All right, let's talk about some of the pictures that we've seen today. Certainly, the thing that stands out is Abbeville and Vermilion Bay getting that surge, the number one all-time surge there, 8.3 feet. And I was talking to a meteorologist, and he says, Jim, the gauge failed too. One of the gauge, so it could have actually been higher down there. That's the highest surge they've ever gotten. It beat Ike back in 2008, which is pretty incredible when you think of the size of Ike. But as Dr. Nab was mentioning earlier, these are all different. These are all different. They have different components. And that wasn't even at high tide, by the way, that we got that. That's just water above normal dry ground. So here we are. Again, guys, we just talked to you literally in almost a calm or a breeze. And here comes one of these squalls again, with gusty winds. Got reports. You see the police driving around behind me. We had a scramble of police cars go. What we heard was that there was a tree that actually fell on a gentleman's camper. He was trapped inside. They removed him from that camper. All right. Justin Michaels, I want to bring you in from Lake Charles because I think, again, the calling card of this thing is what has happened there. The strong winds on the west side, gusting to 95 miles per hour, several sustained winds, rainfall up around 10 inches. Describe for us, how you've gone from really horrible to even worse, which I can't even imagine down there.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jim. Something, I guess, looking at a silver lining, the rain is beginning to fall off. It's beginning to wane, but it is still really, really windy here. We are still getting these hurricane force gusts here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, and we know the power outages are continuing to tick up. Every time we check, it seems like it's maybe 10, 12, 15,000 more customers are losing power. And something we just witnessed, Jim, was kind of remarkable. Mark Whaley behind the lens, I want you to take a look at all of these oil refineries back here. And if you kind of look right in the center, there's a dead spot at the end of your street. It lit up the skies in purple and green and all these colors. And now that entire section of oil refineries is dark. So not quite sure what exactly happened back there, but I'm glad we weren't over there when it did. And that's a good example of the dangers associated, in this case, a very large danger, but the dangers associated with this wind and storms like Delta. And what makes it worse, insult to extreme injury, is the fact that this city, Lake Charles, Louisiana, had to deal with this just 43 days ago with an even more powerful hurricane, Laura, coming through here, laying waste to so many people's properties, business or otherwise, homes. Blue Tarp City is what this was, and now they're going to have to come back in and do so much more cleanup work. Can you imagine going through all the painstaking effort to try to get your house back, only to have another hurricane come through, rip off those Band-Aids, and start over again? That's what thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people are going to have to do when they come back from the west to the east here in Lake Charles to assess the damage, probably for many people beginning tomorrow. We know that the roads here, many of them are still flooded. Charles Peak was telling us earlier today, some roads have about a foot, and there's that wind I was telling you about. Some have 2 to 3 feet. We also know that I-210, kind of the business route, the business highway to the south side of the city, we understand, Dr. Nab, that route also has water on the highway. So the problem still persists here. The winds are still quite intense, Dr. Nab. And I know people here in Lake Charles are going to wish 2020 adieu and hopefully not have another hurricane season like this for a long time to come.
Yeah, every hurricane is different, and this one will have its own unique personality traits that we will look back on, and a lot of it not very fondly. And we had another big storm surge event on the coast. It's just that it didn't happen in as many populated areas as happened with Laura, even though it missed Lake Charles with the storm surge. We got a Category 1 hurricane still, and again, it's very front-loaded with the weather, but we have had plenty of onshore winds that created the storm surge that Jim was talking about a little bit ago, and I wanted to show you where that all occurred. Now, again, the landfall and the track, I'll update the current track of Delta. It's east of where Laura went. So Laura went west of Lake Charles, and it got even stronger winds than they're getting with Delta's west side. That is still pretty strong. But the landfall locations were 12 miles apart. And interestingly, the location of Delta's landfall was the location of the maximum storm surge associated with Laura, because that was where the maximum onshore push was. In this case, the maximum onshore push was out in here. And we got about 10 feet of storm surge flooding, I think, somewhere in here, even though we measured a little bit over 8 feet farther to the east, up to 50 miles away from the center of circulation, 8 feet of storm surge flooding. So a big hurricane can bring big problems to the coast and inland.
Did you know you can go to libertymutual.com to customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Really? I had to... Okay, I'm on vibrate.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Mom, I can't find Mr. Quago.
Sweetie, Mom's in York mode right now. She's enjoying yummy dark chocolate and refreshing peppermint.
Mama's back.
And now introducing York Thins, the York you love, just thinner.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, looks perfect.
We do hang out for you, contact free.
Sunrooms used for afternoon naps, and backyards primed for picnics.
Who was young, had COVID-19. I remember her because she had a break. Actually has a plan that does the things that we should have been doing many months ago. And Joe Biden is not going to let his ego get in the way of fighting the disease.
FFPAC's responsible for the content of this ad.
You need a fan, but they're bulky, awkward, and never put the breeze exactly where you want it. Introducing my fold-away fan from Bell & Howell. The compact cordless fan that unfolds into your own personal wind machine and extends to nearly 4 feet high. Its lightweight, portable design makes it easy in hours, and it has enough power to storage. Get my fold-away fan.
Way to go to myfoldawayfan.com.
Yeah. What do you do?
Oh my gosh. Jaw dropping.
Nope, nope, nope. All
Only on Quibi.
Degrees under clear skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. Low 60. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, sun and a few passing clouds. High 78. Winds south-southeast at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly clear skies. Low 59. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's our continuing coverage of Hurricane Delta coming ashore 6 o'clock local time. And, of course, beating up this area. It's out throughout the city and certainly many areas in St. Martin Parish. I want to bring in Chief of Police here, Rolly Cantu. He's going to talk to us about the situation here. I'm going to set this up and social distance properly here, as I'm being told. But let's talk about this, Chief. Thank you.
And railroad, once this tree fell, knocked down all the power. Then it started a chain reaction all through town. We had a couple of calls, rescue calls, which we took care of. We had one incident off a parkway where a tree fell on a trailer. A male subject was pulled out of the trailer and he was transported to the hospital. From what I understand, he's going to be okay.
Good.
Overall, everything's going good.
And this is what you kind of anticipated.
Yes,
isn't it?
sir. Yes,
you knew
we
when
did.
it was coming in. We were talking about this. You were briefed on that. What's interesting is these winds now, even when it's dry, they're going to stay up for a good part of the night.
Yes.
The power is power out.
Yes, the power
countywide. Countywide.
There are some sections in the parish that I understand that it's still.
I'm sorry, parish-wide.
Yeah.
I'm not used to saying parish-wide, but parish-wide that they still have some power on. Hopefully they'll be able to get that back up tomorrow. But as long as these winds stay up like this, you're obviously not going to have crews out.
Oh, definitely not. I think their policy, the wind has to die down up to 40 miles an hour, down to 40 miles an hour.
All right, well, let's hope the rest of the night goes equally well, sir.
Yep. According to what y'all telling us,
yeah,
a couple of more hours.
Sun comes out tomorrow, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Rolly Cantu, Chief of Police here in Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. Again, just kind of giving you some briefing on what's happening. Nothing really unexpected here. Obviously, you hate hearing the fact that a tree fell on a gentleman's camper home, whatever, and he had to be transported to the hospital. But from what we're hearing, we understand he's going to be okay. But that's when all those police cars came by. If we were live during that, you would have literally seen about 7, 8 of them go in the row. Fire chief of police as well as the fire kind of rolling on by here pretty fast to get to that gentleman. So all in all, not bad. It's exactly what we certainly expected, and the fact that the guy's okay is huge. All right, guys, again, seeing this squally weather just continue here in Breaux Bridge. One of the things that really stood out to us is those trees that are back there kind of in front of that building where that antique sign has been blowing around. Just amazing sound coming out of that. And when it was pitch black before we got a chance to light that with our generators, you never knew where that thing was going to wind up. And that is definitely the most eerie thing that we've had happening through here. Our gusts have been around 60, 70 miles per hour. Mike's been telling me the airport in Lafayette gusting to 75. So they've got a hurricane force gust there. Rainfall has been about 3.43 inches. That's a record for the day in Lafayette, Louisiana. So that's where the weather is. And now it looks like most of the wet weather is starting to move north of the I-10 corridor. So that's good news. That's taking to Scott, which is off to my west and off to the west of Lafayette as well. And you can see as the storm came in during some of the daylight hours, we weren't in the worst of it yet, and we weren't in the eye wall there. That's what Steph went through down in Jennings, and she's had to break down her shots tonight because of a natural gas smell in that area. Obviously, that's the best reason at all to get out of harm's way. Just get out of there entirely. But you can see some of the action that's coming on through that area earlier on in Scott. It got worse, as it did in Lake Charles, Louisiana. We actually gusted on the west side of the storm. Some of our higher gusts were actually on the west side of the storm, 95 miles an hour in Lake Charles. So, Justin, when we left you were mentioning how the rain was coming down. Tell me the wind is starting to come down a little bit, or has it not changed much?
No, Jim. In fact, while you were talking just there, we had a gust. It might be the worst gust we've had yet. It's one of those gusts that you've experienced probably 1,000 and a half times, where it comes through. It was even worse than this, where it comes through, it takes you off guard, and you almost, you have to brace yourself. They keep coming and whipping through here, Jim. Definitely, Delta still has some more story to tell as far as this storm coming through and going to the northeast. But yes, we're on the west side, the southwest side of it, but my goodness gracious, the wind has been really intense over the last, hours and hours and hours. If anything, the rain is beginning to die out a little bit, coming back right now a little bit. I can tell you, observing what's been happening here for several hours, the rain rates have certainly fallen, but there are places that have seen over 12 inches of rain. We do know flooding is persisting all over Lake Charles, and there was a flash flood emergency earlier. I have to check and see if that is still in effect, but a flash flood emergency is a dangerous thing. We know residential streets, we know commercial streets around town, those secondary and tertiary roads, but also the highway. I-210 had water on it, flooding it. Now, the good news is our Charles Peak, he's moving around. You can see some images coming from one of his cameras showing a building with some damage. We know that that's going to be a problem all over the place, but he was telling us for the most part, he isn't seeing people out. He seems to be the only person out. That is some really, really good news as far as the state of affairs here in Lake Charles. Probably a good reason a lot of people aren't out is because so many thousands of people left They evacuated, they heeded the warnings, and in fact, the mayor here told us they believe more people left for this storm than for Laura. Of course, the Weather Channel is going to continue to tell these stories over the days to come as people come back and assess the damage.
Domino's knows a thing or two about delivery. So when we saw people were getting tacos and burgers delivered like these, we had to step in. Introducing our new chicken taco and cheeseburger pizzas.
What?
Oh my. Now the best way to get a taco or burger delivered is to get a Domino's pizza.
I'm still discovering what's next and still going for my best, even though I live with a high risk of stroke due to AFib not caused by a heart valve problem. So if there's a better treatment than warfarin, I'm reaching for that. Eliquis. Eliquis is proven to reduce stroke risk better than
a stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve or abnormal bleeding. While taking Eliquis, you may bruise more easily, and it may take longer than usual for any bleeding to stop. Seek immediate medical care for sudden signs of bleeding, like unusual bruising. Eliquis may increase your bleeding risk if you take certain medicines. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Ask your doctor about Eliquis, and if your ability to afford your medication has changed, we want to help.
Introducing new Life Cuisine for your lifestyle. High protein, meatless, gluten-free, or low-carb lifestyle. Power up your day with new Life Cuisine. Delicious your way.
After 80 years, we've made it the longest lasting. But only you can make a moment last forever. We make it so you can go anywhere and do anything. But only you can chase freedom. Because the truth is, we don't make Jeep. You do.
Get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
The more care you put into something, the better it will be. It's why you put so much into everything you do. And it's why United Healthcare has so many ways to take care of you, like supporting your physical and mental health, helping make sure you're not surprised by prescription costs, and connecting you to care whenever you need it. Because like you, United Healthcare knows what care can do.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo. It's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel. I'm Justin Michaels in Lake Charles, Louisiana, where Delta is still continuing to whip through with intense hurricane force winds. Also, rain is coming down, and in fact, over the last maybe 5 or 10 minutes, our crew was just talking. We think it's actually gotten a little worse. You know what, Delta? Keep pushing off to the northeast because the people here in Lake Charles, they need a break. People are still cleaning up after Hurricane Laura about 43 days ago. They're going to come back after this storm, hopefully starting tomorrow, and reassess the damage. You have to believe that people are going to come back and have more damage than they were expecting with 95-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've had that today, more than a foot of rain, a tough go for so many people, and now hundreds and hundreds of thousands of customers are without power. We've actually been watching some major power trouble. Mark Whaley behind the lens. Now follow me from the left, your screen left to the right. And you can see all of those oil refineries, and then all of a sudden you get to an area that's completely dark. About a half hour, 40 minutes ago, there was a huge explosion there that lit up the whole sky, and then that entire section went dark. Follow me beyond those two stacks that are flaming right there, those two oil wells that they have on fire, and you keep following me to the right a little bit, and then you see a very dark area. Just during the last commercial break, right before we came back live to you here on the Weather Channel, we had another one of those enormous explosions that lit up the entire sky, and then that section of oil refineries went dark as well. That's not good news, because if oil refineries are having that kind of trouble and the infrastructure that they have in place, you can only imagine the other power problems there are all across this entire region of Louisiana. And we do know hundreds of thousands of people are dealing with that right now. Now, the good news is, as we send it back into Dr. Nab there at the Weather Channel HQ in Atlanta, Dr. Nab, we know thousands of people did evacuate. That is great news. They were scared. They weren't going to deal with what they dealt with in Laura. They headed west. They're going to start coming back, and they're going to come back to, in many cases, if not all cases here in Lake Charles, no power. That's some bad news. But Dr. Nab, for the people who did remain, and they're wondering, my goodness, when is this going to come to a stop? I have to tell you, Dr. Nab, the winds have not let up. They have been intense. Those gusts come whipping through here, and they're the kind of gusts you have to brace yourself as they're coming through. How close are we to the real backside of this storm where they might get a little reprieve here and we see the light at the end of this tunnel, Dr. Nab?
Well, you're about to begin the second half of the circulation. Now, the good news about that is it will be a lot less rainy. And because rain brings down momentum and energy from above, the winds will be weaker on the backside than they were on the front side, but it will take until the morning for the winds to completely calm down. And it's going to, that will hinder efforts to get the power back on and so forth. So got to be patient and be careful during the power outages as the system moves in. So you see how front loaded it is in terms of the rain. Area, they had storm surge because you're in Vermilion Bay right here, and that allows storm surge to come over normally dry ground and get as far inland as a location like that. And also, if you go all the way over to east of Pecan Island, about 50 miles east of where the center came ashore, that's where we had 8 feet of storm surge flooding measured. So even though the center of circulation came ashore only 12 miles apart, that little bit of difference of where the center comes ashore makes all the difference in terms of who gets what storm surge, because ironically, the exact location where the center of Delta came ashore this evening, that was the location where we had the strongest onshore push and the greatest storm surge flooding east of Cameron. Now, in this particular case, there's that location about 50 miles east of the landfall location that got the 8.5 feet of storm surge flooding measured until the gauge failed. And then at Calcasieu Pass, they measured 5.5 feet. But in between here, just like in Laura, we didn't measure with gauges and observation systems every storm surge flooding location. We probably got above 10 feet. Somewhere in this area between these gauges, in an area where there are hardly any structures. We might not ever really be able to measure that directly. Just like in Laura, we had gauges that measured 13 feet and 9 feet, but in between there, we had a structure, again, at the location where Delta made landfall today, but east of Laura's landfall location where we measured 17 feet of storm surge flooding. But because there aren't any structures hardly left after Laura, it's really going to be hard to know what storm surge flooding actually occurred. Now, as it moves inland, we've got power problems. You see the power outages mounting from southeast Texas through Lake Charles up into the Alexandria area, and that will expand farther and farther north, even though the strongest winds will be where it came ashore, and then it'll weaken as it goes inland. The gust factors over land are significant. You can have a sustained wind that's even below tropical storm force and get tropical storm force winds, and that is why you could have power outages perhaps all the way up into places like Memphis, Tennessee. And look at how gusty it is in places like Alexandria, gusty near 60 miles an hour. And that will be an inland location that gets power outages and damage. So, Justin, we've got a lot of problems in the Lake Charles area. We still have that flash flood emergency in effect till 1 a.m. local time, and there are a lot of homes that are getting threatened by water.
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Nab, I want to bring in right now Charles Peak, who's in front of some of that flooding we're talking about, Dr. Nab. Charles, we know we have your video up on the screen. We have your voice to tell us what you're seeing. What are you seeing?
Right here, Justin, this road, it's got about 6 to 8 inches. It looks more like a river because it's completely covering a 4-lane road here. But the good news that I can tell you is that this particular area over the last hour the water levels have gone down a little from what they were about an hour ago. So hopefully this flash flooding won't last too long and be as dangerous as it could be.
Well, and Charles, you and I have talked about this. We had lunch earlier today. We've had other meals talking about this. The dangers of floodwaters, even like you say, 6 or 8 inches doesn't sound like a lot, does it? But there are dangers in that water. It's a good news you're one of the few and the proud out in this right now, because a lot of people either evacuated or are staying in. That is good news. But when you come across floodwaters, so many dangers present that you cannot see. Have you come across anything that you said, you know what, thank goodness I didn't drive through that. Thank goodness we didn't have to interact with that?
Haven't run in the flooding situation, but coming down the road just a little bit ago, because it's dark out here, even though I've got extra lighting on here, I was right up on a power line, almost completely down over the road. And fortunately, because I'm going slow and have lights, I was able to stop. But it was easy to hit something like that. I will tell you, Justin, since the last time we talked, there's a lot more people out now driving around and checking things out. So they really need to be.
The other side of the storm, and these winds are going to persist. The rain's going to let up, but we still have these hurricane force winds, and it's the wind that can be a real problem here. But we have these winds and all the debris that after Hurricane Laura 43 days ago. Are you seeing any examples of that debris going airborne, being a problem? That can be deadly.
Yes, sir, Justin. I've seen a lot of this, especially the sheet metal that has been flying down the road and across the road. While you were talking there, I could see off to my left power flashes. Obviously, some lines going into each other, a transformer. But we still have strong wind gusts here, even though the sustained winds, like Dr. Nabbitt talked about, has come down quite a bit. You're getting some very strong gusts that's still causing a lot of damage. Some of these trees have been able to sit in this flooded water now, and you get those gusts that can bring trees down as well. So it's definitely not time to get out and be checking everything out after.
It's scary to hear, Charles, that people are starting to venture out. You hate to hear that. You know, it's just too soon. The storm's not over. I really, really hope people find themselves going back home and saying, you know what, it's dangerous out here, because it absolutely is dangerous. I can tell you, Charles, as you well know, our crew has a safety plan in effect. I am only a few feet away from my crew right now. I can get up those stairs and into the building at a moment's notice. You can find yourself out there, debris blowing around, floodwaters continuing to flow. That can be a deadly situation. Charles Peak, we really appreciate your time. Thank you. Be safe, my dear friend. We'll see you back here at the hotel at some point. And I'll tell you what, folks, as you go through this, it really is disappointing to hear that there are people out right now. Thankfully, tens of thousands of people did leave the area. They did evacuate before the storm, but we do know people stayed. And if you can hear the sound of my voice, if you can see the Weather Channel feed on an app or whatever it is you're using to stay in touch, being out right now is so dangerous, so dangerous. You can't see how deep water is, especially at night. You don't know what's in floodwaters if you do drive through it. I know Chris Warren, as we send it to Chris there in Alexandria. Chris, you know, you've covered these storms for years. This is the exact wrong thing to do, going out while the storm is still going through your area. Chris Warren, to you now in Alexandria.
Yeah, and Justin, you're bringing up a good point too, because I was thinking that one of the saving graces is, as heavy as the rain is right now here in Alexandria, hopefully the saving graces is that the heaviest rain is going to be ahead of the storm and with the strong winds happening at night. Here in Alexandria, pretty much right in the middle of the state of Louisiana, the worst of the weather